back as well.
Ah, perfect timing, perfect timing. So there we go, can confirm. We are back live once again. I am still with you for a moment, but I am going to back out. Let me properly introduce. It is Mr. Luke Taylor, one of the most recent additions to Raven Comms broadcasting.
Nice to be here, and thank you for the invite.
Yeah, great to have you here. And there we go, the stream is still running. Hopefully everyone will connect again, but that looks absolutely stunning. The sound is a bit quieter. Oh, because yeah, I was adjusting. So yeah, can you pop? You might need to pop up your game volume, not in the game options, but on your broadcast software if you can. Look, just pop it up ever so slightly.
Afraid I do not have the option via
okay,
the
so yeah, you'll have to use the in-game then.
Just tell me when it's
That's fine.
When it's set correctly.
Yeah, go for 50% at the minute. And then hit confirm, try that. Oh, our voices are quiet.
Okay, I mean, I can turn mine up my end. That's not a problem.
Yeah, we'll get the handover of power done.
Should be better there.
Excellent,
Okay.
we'll see. That is the many joys of using multiple connections over the internet.
Multiple connections, multiple devices, and multiple locations.
Yeah, you can test these things all day long, but as soon as you actually go live and you start using the bandwidth,
Yeah,
it's
all
amazing
goes
how it
wrong.
decides to, yeah, it's amazing how it separates out the audio. But yeah, I will leave you lovely viewers in the more capable hands of and Sean. Sean will be taking over as lead commentator. Luke will be doing the broadcasting and the co-coms. They'll do their best to keep an eye in the chat. No guarantees.
Yes.
You've seen the action that we've had so far, and
Yeah.
we've still got battles absolutely royale going through. So thank you very much to everyone that's followed that during the broadcast so far. Thank you for piping up in the chat as well. But I will leave you all in the more than capable hands of Sean. Luke, Sean.
Yes, thank you, John. Absolute legend, and thank you so much for being here. Yes, I am now officially the lead commentator for this race. We've still got 4 hours remaining, so a long way to go. But of course, yes, we have got Luke Taylor alongside me this time to help me out. I think because I'm definitely going to need the help on comms, of course, and. Yeah, so the drivers, I believe, are just within about 10 minutes of their second stint. So the second driver that's come in, apart from a couple of teams by the looks of it, yeah, will be in quite shortly. So there will be a manic rush to get in into the pits, driver swaps, putting in, you know, a full tank of fuel, new set of boots as well. So yeah, definitely this race is not done, and I suspect that there will be a lot of drama ahead of us. So yeah, just as we go back on board, then I'm just trying to see what is the closest battle that I can see on circuit. So it's looking like who I was on board a minute ago. Oh, in fact, we've got I believe his surname is Kiel. In P13 at the moment, currently on the timing boards. He is half a second down on Zach Dow, who is in P12. So yeah, be interested to see how Kiel gets on, and I will have to look at my sheet to see what team he is in, which is not ideal because I've got a sheet here with very tiny writing, and as I'm sort of getting a little bit old as well, it's very difficult to see. I might need like some sort of magnifying glass or something, so just bear with me as I try to see what team he is on.
I can tell you that one, Sean. It's Mission Spin Now Racing Youngsters.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Luke. Yeah, I just got onto it now. It's very small writing. Yeah, really trying to save paper and at the expense of me not being able to see the actual writing. So yeah, we got Lucas Kill then in the BMW M4 GT3 car. It is car number 203, of course. And yeah, we'll see how he will get on in driving the course. Long stint ahead of him. I think Luke, if I can load up Luke's Kill now, so he's been on that stint for where are we? Where are we on the thing? 202, 202, 202. Where are you on it? Well, can't find you.
He's been on the stint for 31 laps, Sean. 54, nearly 55 minutes.
No, that would have been Plus, isn't it? So Plus, they must have pitted a little bit earlier on. Well, it's going up in time, 52 minutes, but that I'm oh, I'm looking at the wrong car. 203 is what I need. I looked at 202, so that is why I got a little bit confused there. So
it's all right, we'll get there, Sean. We'll get there, Sean. I'd say just like a lot of the cars out there has a lot of battle damage. I think we are going to be taking a lot of damage just trying to remember all of the cars and all the corners. And well, we've still got 4 hours left. We'll see how this goes. But it's been, from what I can see, a very thoroughly interesting race.
Yes, indeed. There's been quite a few battles, in particular between Gasolina, and actually, just looking at it, Gasolina is currently half a second behind Etor. They've been neck and neck for pretty much the whole race, it has to be said, although Miatini, that was in the battle, has pulled away from Etor. It is 7 seconds the gap now. But yeah, Gasolina currently 6 tenths behind Etor in P4. And it's looking like they're going to be neck and neck until they make their pit stops. Gasolina, though, has got a 15-second penalty, though. And that will, but by the time they pit, that will lose about a couple of positions by the looks of it.
I would say so. That 15 seconds is going to be crucial at the end of the race. You never want to be dropping back through the pack because of a penalty. But that is the nature of the track limits and incidents. You have to have a clean race, and unfortunately, it bites you, I'm afraid, this course.
Yes, indeed. And as John was alluding to earlier on, he had that kind of hatred for the German cars, very difficult to handle the cars in certain areas of the circuit, of course, being MR cars, aren't they, Luke? So with the sort of the weight transfer going into especially sort of the undulating turns, the car does get very tricky in keeping control of that car. So but yeah, Gasolina doing an excellent job in P4. Yeah, 15-second penalty. That is a little bit unfortunate. But considering he is a sole driver, by the way, Luke.
Cracking effort.
Yeah, unbelievable.
On the cars becoming unsettled, it is worth saying that the temperature has dropped since the beginning of the race by, what, 6 degrees? So we're going to be having some setup issues for anyone who's on a hotter setup. So the tyre pressures are going to be exacerbating a lot of the issues when it comes to the slower the corners, the undulation, as you say, and particularly from Acqua Minerale right the way through to the Rivazza.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, it remains to be seen how hot it remains out on track. 41 is still extremely hot conditions. I to be honest, I still think the tyres are still going to be burning very quickly, and it's not going to make too much of a difference to the drivers. I do believe if it's anything around sort of 30 degrees, that's where the tyres are at their very optimal. But yeah, we'll wait and see. And yeah, certainly the drivers that are out on this stint now, or perhaps even the next stint, will definitely find it a little bit easier and be more thankful, of course.
Absolutely. The track is coming to them as we see Hors in P19 on the back of Salinas, who is heading up towards the Villeneuve chicane, who looks like he's been going for a pass, so trying to take advantage of every little bit of potential extra tyre life and grip that every degree coming off might give them. But as you say, it's not going to make too much difference to them. They're going to be wanting to push as hard as possible as they come round Tosa now and looking for a pass.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, just going up the hill. The McLaren, I believe, tends to be the more powerful of cars in acceleration. So yeah, he's definitely going to be closing the gap, and you can see it visibly right now how close Hors is getting to the back of Vargas Salinas. That is definitely him, isn't it? Yeah. So as we come to the chicane then, who's going to be braver on the brakes here? It looks like Hors, I think, has got very brave on the brakes because he has really closed that gap. And as we come to Ravazza, if he can get a good exit out of Ravazza, Vargas may become a cropper before we get into turn 2. There is a stop and go 30-second penalty for car 738.
That'll be Brown, who's picked up a 30-second stop go. That is not brilliant.
As we see Hors use that slipstream going to the outside of Vargas. Vargas actually lets him through. So Vargas lets him through, and Hors up into P15. So that was a sweet overtake and a very clean one at that. And Salinas didn't really want to fight it by the looks of it, with such a long time to go in this race, of course.
I think that's possibly a sensible path from Vargas. There's a big difference in speed between you and your competitors coming up behind you. You want to maximise your own performance potential and not hold yourself up by fighting someone unduly, Sean.
Yes, indeed.
He does actually seem to be going really quite slow. He seems to have lost either been unlapped or lost another place. He's fallen off 2 or 3 seconds from Hors already. As we come through Acqua Minerale, head up to the Variante Alta. That Ferrari is looking very slow, so either he's struggling with conditions or maybe he's potentially blown through his tyres already.
That may be so. The drivers are getting nervously close to the end of their stint. Brown, I think, just about gets into the pits in time because there is a maximum of 65 minutes per stint, and I believe he was on 64 minutes, so he was getting very, very close to breaking them rules, basically. But yeah, there is going to be quite an influx of cars coming in because looking at pit wall at the moment, we've got Frank Sidivi, who's done 1 hour and 3 minutes. We've got Oberin, who's done 1 hour and 2 minutes. So quite a lot of cars. Yeah, Novak on 1 hour and 3 minutes. So it's going to get very busy in the pits here, Luke, I think.
I think so. It's that time when all of the driver changes are going to be happening. We have to be keeping an eye on the pits and people serving the stop goes, and it's all change again. It keeps changing every hour on the hour.
Yes, indeed. So there's always a different story to be told on each stint, which is always good for us commentators and the viewers, of course, as well. And of course, as we get a little bit later on into the race, we'll really see the stories unfolding to perhaps an idea of their final positions. So yeah, we're just. I think a lot of the drivers are going to be on their last lap now, and I'm trying to sort of scout through the field just to see if there's any close battles to observe.
We do have Besseling and Furman close together coming through Acqua Minerale in the Ferrari and McLaren respectively, coming up to the Variante Alta. I think that's the closest battle we've got on track at the moment for P18, P19.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, just looking at your screen and looking at my screen. Yeah, Besselink P19 in the Porsche 935 car. He's chasing down Furman, but Furman in the McLaren. The McLaren tends to be very good in a straight line. The Porsche tends to be really good on the brakes and in the turns, apart from maybe a few turns, as John alluded to earlier on. But yeah, he's trying to apply that pressure to Furman, and that gap is closing.
Indeed, Sean. Only half a second between them as they're coming out across the pit lane, and that's a very difficult place to be seeing cars just rejoining as they come through the Tamburello corner up to the second chicane at Villeneuve.
Okay, so I've got a question in chat. How is John Beaton going? So there is quite a few driver swaps at the moment, so I'm going to have to look through my sheets to find out what team they are, unless you do know Rock Walter, and that will help me out massively. We're still trying to learn the drivers to what teams they're in. Of course, there was 32 teams, I believe, in this event. So
that would be Team 987, John. FRL Racing Team, Solo Dutch.
Solo Dutch. What other name is in there? Because I'm still struggling to get to my team. So
we have Beaton and Mark GG.
Mark GG
is running 21st at the moment.
Right. Okay. So yeah, there you go then. Yeah. So P21. Thank you, Luke. Just proving to me that this sheet is absolutely useless to me because I can't see anything on it. But yeah, doing a decent job at the moment. You know, in the sort of just below the midfield pack there. So yeah, certainly doing really well in that BMW, of course. And just looking on board with Zach Dow. Zach Dow. Oh, I thought he was.
He was 3 tenths behind Graf. I think Graf has just pitted just as we were brought to that one. But if we look at the top, we can see 3 of the top 4 are now changing cars.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, Jan Etor, or Janitor, as you mentioned in chat earlier on, Midnight. That did make me chuckle.
It's a Scrubs joke. It's got to be that.
But yes, into the pits with Myers as well from P3 and a Plus from a P4 as well. We've got Bellio now just about to come across the start-finish line. So he will move up into potentially P2. Is that correct? I think so.
Bellio, was that?
Yeah, I think because Berry has just come out of the pit, so I think Bellio is up into P2 as we
I believe so. I believe so, Sean.
Yeah, wait for them to come across the first sector line. There we go. So it changes now. So we've got Lanyi who has replaced.
I think Besselink's got Furman, by the way.
Oh,
somewhere unseen, Besselink's got Furman. Yeah, it's coming up to the very anti-alto. I think there's going to be a bit of a dive down the right-hand side, and there's going to be a position swap or a mistake. A mistake by Furman.
Yes, because Furman is just coming out of Ravazza now, and
yeah, it looks like he got crossed up coming into
P16 there.
Yeah, it got crossed up coming into the chicane. Has ended up, unfortunately, on the runoff. It's not where you want to be on this track. I mean, it's just proving how difficult it is, even 2 hours and 12 minutes into the race.
Okay. Yeah, just looking at chat as well, Rock Walter, you're very, very welcome. Yeah, it's quite a stacked field, and as myself and Luke Taylor, we are kind of new to this series and new to this sort of team format, so we're just kind of learning as we go along. So hopefully we can get to your requests as soon as possible, whilst still learning as well. So. But yeah, what I can say is that this racing has been absolutely fantastic for the opening 2 hours. Myself and John were at the helm, and there was a big battle going on between sort of the top 5 drivers. It has spaced out a little bit since, but I would expect to see, you know, a lot of drama to unfold in, you know, what is the remaining 3 hours and 50 minutes. And I've got to say, you know, hats off to the drivers for, you know, being in such a, well, for me at least, quite a long endurance race. I know endurance races can span the 24 hours, of course, which I know that there is a 24-hour event sometime in the schedule. But even so, you know, it's a very long time for me, of course, where, you know, I'm used to like 10-minute races, you know. So.
Yeah, it's very different from Gran Turismo, Sean.
yes. And actually, in fact, the 24-hour race is at Suzuka, one of my favourite circuits, actually, Suzuka. And that is, I think that is November it's either the 16th or the 18th, because it's very small writing again. Perhaps I do need to go to Specsavers, Luke, I'm not sure, but it's, finding it very difficult to read. Lucas is saying that 203 is the best car because I'm driving in that. I hope, Lucas, that you are not texting and driving at the same time. You know, that would be such alien technology.
MGG and Woodward close together on track, by the way, Sean. Coming down to, I think that is Villeneuve and then to Tosa. These two right together, and we'll check out 203 after this.
Yeah, just coming up to Tosa now. So, Mark GG. Oh,
I think he's being lapped.
Oh, he's being lapped. Yeah, indeed he is.
I didn't see who it was, I'm afraid, but he moved out of the way, taking the outside line on Tosa, and tucked back in and kept the slipstream. And as they set off again after Woodward.
That's quite... Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. So yeah, Mark GG as well, losing out there really. Woodward will be getting lapped as well, but yeah, it's certainly because of, you know, Mark having to pull over to the side a little bit to allow the faster car to take the racing line. It does mean that that gap is now roughly about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely going up a bit. He has definitely lost out a little bit. If he'd been a little bit closer to the leader coming through, he might have been able to dive up the inside and grab P19 sort of sneakily. However, he's just going to have to rebuild back up and try and pass on the track again.
Lucas says, no, my mate is driving. Thank God for that, because I would be crying at this stage if he was able to type and perform absolute miracles. What I see on circuit, you know, the driving's the actual standard's been absolutely fantastic, and
multitasking god level there, Sean.
That exactly. So it makes me feel a little bit better, but no, as I alluded to, the driving has been you know, first class from the drivers, and to have that type of skill. And you know, keep the concentration levels for so long, even if it is, you know, 65-minute stints, it's still phenomenal to see. So yeah, definitely hats off to you guys, of course. As we see, I think Mark GG has actually closed that gap again to Woodward.
He has. He's right on the back, absolutely right on the back of Woodward already, as they come down to Acqua Minerale.
Yeah, it's down to... Oh, he's going to close even further, because not the best exit from Woodward. I don't think Mark is going to be able to make the move as we come up to the chicane. In fact, he does get on the brakes earlier to save face. But, of course, it seems like Mark has got a little bit more pace. He's looking a little bit more comfortable in that BMW M4. And Woodward showing signs of... you know, defending and kind of struggling in that Ferrari. As we come out of Ravazza now, Mark GG, don't think he got the best exit though, and that is a missed opportunity, because this is sort of one of the areas of track where you see the most overtakes, because there's not too many overtaking opportunities that can be made on a circuit like this, of course, Luke.
Absolutely, it's a tricky and twisty circuit. As you can see, Mark GG definitely had a bit of a traction issue coming out of the Ravazza there. It does seem, as he climbing all over the grass trying to find every bit of track there, and then we got a move.
Yes. So Woodward felt the pressure clearly, because he got way too deep on the brakes, and then went wide out the exit as well. I'm sure, is that with no?
Almost collected Mark GG
no.
coming back on the circuit as well. That was a bit lucky.
Yeah.
He's got away with it, and he's still back on track. So at the very least, lives to race for another day. But that could have been something serious.
Do you know what's just kind of made me laugh a bit, Luke? So just looking in chat, Gasolina, who is the solo driver, has typed in chat and said, "What's wrong with typing and racing?" So clearly we have got some aliens out there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I can do it because I'm sat here. I'm not physically driving a wheel. That is god tier chat from Gasolina, though.
And it's also great to hear as well that the drivers are listening to us as well, as as they're racing. And I know that Gasolina, perhaps not involved in a intense fight at the moment, but of course so high up on the grid, is P5 on the grid. He's been racing for over 2 hours as well.
We've got Alfonso on Ferroni coming down into the Ravazza as well.
Yes indeed. So heavy braking zone down the hill, and Alfonso on the inside. Yes, does make it stick. Yeah. Good. And Forney didn't get the traction out of the corner, so great move from Alfonso then up into P7, Forney down into P8, and it actually pulls to the side as well, because is that a car lapping him there?
I think that's Zagdal on his back as well.
Yes, indeed, it was.
I think he's got him coming across the line.
It was just weird how he just sort of slowed down and let him through, though. That's why I thought that it might have been one of the leaders there, but obviously not. Yeah. Obviously not. So Forney down into P9, so loses 2 positions in a couple of corners then. And Zagdal on the charge, who has really got close to the back of Alfonso. And then we've got traffic as well.
That's the wrong time to count traffic.
That was a slightly dodgy moment there. So car number 163, that is, or is it 183? It might have been 183. I think it's Palladino, I believe.
It was indeed, Tom.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's now getting in the way of another couple of drivers. So it's tricky on this course with the blue flags, but you have to be hyper aware. It's a very old-fashioned traditional course, and you need to be moving out of the way very early on. Yeah,
indeed. Zagdal is clearly a man on the charge. I'm just trying to look at the lap times now. So Zagdal last lap time was a 1 minute 43.707. Compared to Alfonso, last lap was a 1:44.4. So bit of a difference there between the two drivers, and Zagdal firmly in that slipstream now. That gap will start closing down as we approach turn 2 and turn 2, 3, and 4. Definitely a battle we do need to keep on board for, Luke.
I believe so. It's definitely the battle on track at the moment. I have noticed up front we do have Strelnikov, who is catching Berry a little bit, but still a few seconds away. But at the moment, this is where the action is, and I think you're right. We're going to see Zagdal, who is on a mission, trying to make a move very, very soon.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Alfonsi caught the inside curb there. That would have slowed him down a little bit. You know, unstable the car and not quite got the traction out of Toza as we go through the all Minerali there, or the Aqua Minerali, isn't it called? Sorry.
It is indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Zagdale was getting close under braking.
Yes, indeed. So that gap is closing and closing. So Alfonsi will be feeling the pressure as we come up to the chicane. Then,
as you say, though, if a driver in front starts moving around, that you know that they're hyper aware of the driver behind him. He hasn't started doing it yet, but I think we might start seeing Alfonsi move on the pit straight. That's where the biggest slipstream is on this track, of course.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, down into Ravazza, and to be fair, Alfonsi got a good exit. Both of them got a good exit, but that gap will keep closing because Zagdale is within about half a second of Alfonsi, so he will be getting that slipstream from the car in front, and that gap will close a little bit as we go into the heavy braking zone of turn 2, and that gap is continuing to close as we come out of that complex there into Villeneuve. It seems like they are catching a little bit of traffic in front as well.
Yeah, it does seem like Zagdale is very confident on the brakes as well, as he does run a bit wide coming out of Villeneuve, but not much is going to lose him too much time. But you can see how tight he is to the curb and how confident is he on the brakes. He's just looking for that move. And I've just noticed further down the pack we have Woodward again, who's back on the back of Mark GG. So that battle isn't over yet either.
Yes, indeed, yeah, definitely getting a little bit spicy. I was looking at the drivers in front just to see like how they're getting on, and although the gaps are there, I think it's Strelnikov. Last lap time was a 1:42.4. In fact, 0.6 now because they're just coming across the start-finish line, isn't it? So,
Yep,
you know,
Strelnikov.
phenomenal pace of the top 4 drivers, because actually Bellio came across the line with a 1:42.6 as well. So actually lapping quicker than the leader.
Yeah, I think the leader at this point, who is a good deal ahead of the others, can relax a little bit and make sure he doesn't make mistakes, gets to the end. But I think you're right, Denis Strelnikov is definitely closing the gap up to Berry, and given his team...
There's contact! Oh, there's big contact, P4! P8! In fact, it was Alfonsi. So Alfonsi, do you remember when we said about Alfonsi, where he was catching up to the laps car? Yeah.
Yeah. Encountering lap traffic, and yeah, that's unlucky. That is so unlucky.
Yes, indeed. I do suspect that maybe the laps car there should have maybe braked a bit earlier to let him through. But yeah, gets tagged in that collision, and Alfonsi loses the rear on Toza as well. That is going to cost him a fair bit of time as well, and
yeah, I can only imagine that's damage and frustration at the same time. And yeah, as soon as you've had one incident, especially when it's not your own fault, I think he may have quit out, I'm afraid.
Is he? No, is that...
Oh, I've just encountered a glitch.
Yeah, I think he's just had a glitch there, because yeah, I'm on board with Alfonsi.
Yeah,
he's
running wide now at Aqua Minerale. Yeah, you can only imagine he's hot under the collar at this point. Coming across an incident which is, even if it is your fault, or especially if it's not your fault, yeah, the first thing it's going to do is boil your blood, and you start making rash decisions, and you make mistakes, and then another mistake on that. It's an easy way to lose 20 seconds, which I believe is about now. He's about 19.8 down on the last lap alone. So hopefully he hasn't got any damage.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, just looking through the field then, because that was the closest battle. It looks like Woodward is still pretty close to the back of Mark GG. So
we always get this in FRL. We always get a couple of pairs that are always glued together. It seems to be these two at the moment, and they're definitely providing us some good entertainment.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And okay, I thought Brown was catching up to Furman, but I think that is a lap's car, is it?
I believe that is a lap car. I can see some blue flags.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
that lap car is not getting out of the way as it comes through the first Tamburello chicane.
Indeed, yeah. But he will. Yes, he's pulling to the side now, so just in time. Hopefully, Brown didn't lose too much time there. But yeah, of course, Mark GG will also need to do the same.
I've got to say, I like that livery for Brown for Team 738, which is our team FRL racing team. And
there you go. That's easy.
Yeah, black and red. Black and red is it's all the way to go with when it comes to liveries.
Yeah. We I've had many a chat in Discord with Brown. Very nice guy. He's a fast driver. He also does a bit of commentary as well. He's pretty handy on the mic as well, I have to say, Luke. So it's good, really good to see him in this endurance race with the FRL boys, of course. Obviously, Mark GG, we also know through FRL as well on the... was it on... was it QRT, Luke? Mark GG on the...
It might
Thursdays.
well have been. We do get some drivers that go across multiple series.
Yeah.
But it is a name I do know.
Okay. Oh, I tell you why I'm getting confused, because I've done a fair bit of commentary this week, and of course I was on last night for the FRL GT3 nightclub and with George Cook, and that name cropped up because of course we're full of puns, aren't we? And GG is quite appropriate, really, isn't it? So
absolutely there. It's one of your remotes as well, isn't it?
Exactly. There you go. There you go. So, I'm definitely a fan of his name. Don't know how he gets away with it. I don't know what that actually stands for, but GG, very easy to see in the leaderboards, of course. So it does make it easier for us commentators.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely one way to stand out. Right, battles on track at the moment. I'm still keeping an eye on Strelenikov, who is slowly closing in, about 2 or 3 tenths a lap on Berry. It's now down to under 4 seconds, but you can see them in the same shot now, so I think that is the most important battle in terms of the points on the grid at the moment. But however, there's lots going on with, unfortunately, a couple of incidents with lap drivers, but there's a lot left to fight for, as we still have 3.5 hours left to go. We're not even halfway yet, Sean.
I know, and the first. I was saying to John earlier on in the race, we'd got like 15 minutes into the race, and I could count more. I would say there was more incidents than I can count on my fingers. It was, just everywhere you was looking, there was collisions, there was overtakes, it was absolutely crazy start to this 6-hour event. But yeah, of course, 6 hours, it's a long time, and cars do spread wide, of course, don't they? And we are at that sort of stage of the race where the cars are starting to space out now, and we are kind of struggling to get a close battle. I think what I can see is I think his name is Janjis, that is in
Yanis,
Yanis. So he is not too far behind Bilotti in P14. That seems to be one of the closest battles, apart from Woodward, actually, who is still behind Mark GG. Just coming up to I think that's a lap car.
Yeah, they're definitely suffering with traffic at the moment. Been
Yeah.
keeping an eye on them, and that Ferrari's sitting on the
Oh,
contact.
it's contacts, yeah, and why he didn't move slightly to the side, I'm not sure. Surely would have seen him in the mirrors. In the end, came to nothing. But I would say that Neil Woodward would have lost a fair bit of time to Mark GG after that slight bit of coming together there.
Yeah, he's lost at least half a second, unfortunately. It's just that indecision when you've got a lapped car, but either anywhere around you, in front of you, behind you, beside you, you're not quite sure if you're being given the line or if they're going to try and unlap themselves or anything. So it's that combination of a little bit of indecision, which is natural in the circumstance, and the contacts, easily loss of half a second.
What I will say is, as I say, a 15 seconds penalty for car number 779. Yanis has caught up with Bilotti. Now, Bilotti is stuck behind... he is stuck behind a lapped... or it's going to be a lapped car, I believe. Just trying to...
Traffic is definitely creating a problem here.
Yeah. As Yanis goes a little bit wide. Yeah, a little bit wide, and that's a shame because he was catching to the back of Bilotti there. But yeah, it seems like... I mean, obviously, I don't want to quote. These are, very skilled drivers throughout the grid, of course.
Absolutely, Sean.
But maybe being a little bit stubborn is probably the right word. Bilotti finding it very, very difficult to.
We have Alfonsi making a comeback on Forney. I think he's just taken him. I believe he has.
Sorry, who was that?
Alfonsi in P8 now.
Okay.
So literally, just as I flicked to him, there was a pass going down the straight, and Forney's dropped down to P9, coming across the start-finish line. So I would imagine, Forney's had a slow exit out of the bottom Rivazza. So yeah, one battle we didn't see coming, and it's switched position very rapidly.
And also Forney with a 5-second penalty as well.
Yep, that's why I was looking at him. I'll check that out. And the pass was in motion as I went there.
Okay.
I can only imagine. Track temperature has fallen now 7 degrees since the start of the race. So we're definitely in that territory where it's going to be tricky for drivers if they haven't altered their setup for the tyres. I mean, the pressures won't be getting up to the full working temperature. I mean, obviously it's still a hot race, but it depends on what the setup is. So it's going to be causing a lot of, I would imagine, oversteer, particularly coming out of this second sector and onto the start-finish line.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm no expert on setups and stuff, but I do know that the tyre pressures obviously is a big factor in things, and to try and keep the tyres cool, I would imagine that they would have lowered the tyre pressures by quite a considerable margin. As you said, as the track temperature starts to cool down, of course, the tyres will be a little bit cooler than the optimal range.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
exactly what that does is it reduces the contact patch of the tyres and just makes the car slide. So, and then in turn that damages the tyre, and you end up with a vicious cycle where it becomes, well, you end up spinning around. But we now see Siliev that is on the back of Woodward, who is fallen on the back from Mark GG. So Woodward finds himself in yet another battle.
And meanwhile, Luke, Alan Brown has got a stop-go penalty, and actually he slipped down.
Yes.
So I'm not sure what happened to Brown. He was sort of languishing in the top, was it 17 or 18 or something? So it's something we've definitely missed. But yeah, just been landed with a stop-go penalty. That is going to be devastating for his race.
Unfortunately so, Sean.
Yeah. He's going to have to serve that within the next sort of couple of laps. And he will sink down the table, as we have actually got 2 drivers in the pits in Palladino and Lombardi, both P24 and P25. I'm just going to look at my pit wall now. So that is, where are we? 187.79. Okay, I'm not 100% sure what's happening there. I'm trying to expand my window a little bit.
Well, still got some action on track for. I'll let you come back to that, Sean. Siliev and Woodwall coming through the Acqua Minerale now, and you can just see that both of those Ferraris are struggling with their rear grip as they're trying to out traction each other.
Yeah, yeah.
And we also have Barblan and Hawes, who is absolutely glued together in the same bit of track, I believe. Just behind them, but nearly a lap up.
Right,
as you see,
okay.
Barblan, who has run a bit wide coming out of the chicane and heads back down the straight, but would have been looking for a pass, but sadly has lost a little bit of momentum there. We'll have to gather up again and go again.
Yes, indeed. I was looking aboard with Siliev. Apologies if I've mispronounced that. But yeah, it is currently 1.1 seconds to Woodward. Is Mark GG a bit further up then, is he? Just have a look. Yeah, seems to have extended the gap between Mark GG and Woodward.
Yeah, about 3.5 seconds between them. Mark GG's going through Tozer now.
Oh, and there is developments as well. Forney has picked up a drive-through penalty in P10 at the moment. So again, that is going to be pretty devastating for him.
And it looks like Graf has passed him somewhere, so I can only imagine he's had a trip across a chicane somewhere.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, Forney just coming across the start-finish line, and Graf is going through the Tamburello section, isn't it? So yeah, absolute disaster there for Forney. He will lose roughly about 20 seconds for that drive-through penalty. So yeah, that is going to shuffle the pack slightly, I think.
Yeah, we've got Barblan right on the back of Hawes now. You can just see that the McLaren in front is struggling so hard to just get him moving. There is another battle on track. We got Yanis and Bellotti still, but yeah, you can just tell when someone's much more confident on the brakes around here, and not having to worry about the back end. But we do see a little bit of correction from Barblan coming out of the Rivezza. But
yes, and Bellotti just given a drive-through penalty as well.
We might have a pass coming down into the Tamburello.
Yes.
Side by side through Tamburello.
Yep, side by side. He's got the inside line. Can he make the mistake? No, there's contact. There's contact, and car number 88 goes wide. That is Hawes, of course, and I think that is. That was a lapped car. That wasn't Bellotti, was it? So yeah, unlucky for Halls. Was on the outside, and unfortunately, I think Barblan tried to give him the space, but it was the slightest of touches, and unfortunately, Halls goes wide into the kitty litter.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Yeah, you just see that Barblan was going down the inside, and there was just the slightest bit of contact, but at that corner...
Oh, there's contact between... Barblan, who went wide, and the car number 331, and that is Zagdal, of course. And then up the inside was Barblan, and Hawes didn't see that coming. So they've exchanged positions a couple of times, and...
it's still going.
It's still going, yeah. It is still going as we go through the chicane now. But yeah, to be honest, you could almost say foul play to was it Barblan? I think because Zach Dow was actually lapping him, and you know, that should have been an easy pass for Zach Dow, but it was made to work for that pass. Yeah, Barbalan is down into Hawes is down into P13. Lost a little bit of that gap to Barbalan now, who currently finds himself in P12, of course. So yeah, it was a little bit
very opportunistic from Zach Doyle there.
Yeah,
maybe not where I would have chosen to pass, but at the end of the day, he has got through. Yeah, it lives to fight for another day, if with a little bit less paint on the side of his car.
Yeah, indeed. But I do feel that Hawes is going to come fighting back, as we saw Barbland go a little bit deep in the braking for Tozer. So Hawes has closed that gap a little bit.
Furman best link for P16-17. Might be a pass down to Tamburello here. Got the McLaren on the back of the Porsche.
It looks like the gap is a little bit too wide for him to fully send it in, but he has closed that gap. You are right, Luke, and yeah, that gap is shrinking and shrinking as we come up to the Villeneuve complex, and yeah,
it's not 0.4 of a second, I can tell you that now.
It is not indeed. Yeah, it is more like 2, even closing down to 1/10 as we approach Tozer, and Furman gets the inside line there, and Bestlink didn't really hit the apex there. So Furman has closed that gap. He is applying the pressure to Bestlink now, and Furman, he's biding his time. I think both of them, to be fair, didn't get the best line through Minerali there, and what is going to happen as they go up the hill and towards the chicane? It's looking like Furman's going to have to be a little bit patient and maybe set himself up for the exit of I always forget, rFactor, isn't it?
It is indeed. I think you called it right yet there. I think they both had a bit of a compromise line in Acqua Minerali and have just slowed each other up a little bit there. One defending, one attacking too early. But yeah, you still end up with the same gap at the end of it, so we'll see what happens coming down the main straight. Now that's definitely closer than he was last lap.
Indeed, and then Bestlink, he showed to say that I'm going to go into the pits and then stayed out on track at last minute. So it's all mind games, it looks like, between the two drivers. But yeah, Bestlink should remain in front as we go into the Tamburello complex. But yeah, no, he does indeed, but that gives nowhere for Furman to go, though. Unfortunately, on the exit, has closed the gap on him, but unfortunately slightly blocked from Bestlink, as he couldn't really choose what side of the track to sort of plant the car in. So
yeah, and Furman definitely lit up the tyres, being a bit eager there. Saw his opportunity, and unfortunately just laid a bit of rubber on the track there.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, this fight is not over, of course, and it's definitely heating up at the moment. Unfortunately, the track is not heating up; that is cooling down. But certainly the action is definitely getting very spicy, and perhaps maybe rosy for Furman, because Bestlink went all sorts of sideways out of the exit, and he is firmly on the bumper of Bestlink as we go through the chicane, and then
too much.
Furman, too much of the curb. Too early on the power, and nearly lost the rear of that car, but manages to keep it in a straight line, but has, of course, lost that gap to Bestlink for the time being.
Yeah, that was eagerness ahead of adhesion there. So, unfortunately, well, he seems to be the faster driver at the moment, Furman. We're going to need a lap or two for him to catch back up and some more action.
Meanwhile, Luke, the fight for P21 is between Sauter and Siliev as well. They are kind of glued to each other as we just come out of rFactor, and Look at this. Siliev is all over the back of Sauter right now. Surely he's going to make a move before we get into turn 2, where they're just drawing alongside each other with Siliev on the inside. Surely favourites to make this work, and gets later on the brakes, just about makes the corner. Sauter, who was a lot earlier on the brakes, actually ran a little bit wide, and Siliev is firmly through.
Absolutely, Sean. And you could see how, if it was Siliev who was chasing there, got so up underneath the rear wing of the car in front, you could read the number plate on the back of the car. That perfect little overtake there, absolutely used the slipstream to perfect effect, and then dived up the inside of Tamburello.
Meanwhile, Luke, we've still got Furman on the back of Besseling. He has closed up that gap again, got a really good exit out of the chicane. And as we go down the hill for Ravazza, he is smelling that P15 position from Besseling, and gets a good exit as well. And there's a slight bit of contact between the two drivers, as it kind of looked like Besseling kind of blocked him. It may have been just a little bit unlucky, of course, but Furman, look, as you can see, look, he's trying to get past him, but Besseling kind of weaved to the left-hand side, but forces his way through the inside of, but he's too deep on the brakes and over the sand trap, and does massively lose out there. And Besseling now under, I think that is that a lap car? That just went past Besseling. Trying to work out what number that was.
Yes, it was a lap car, Sean.
Yeah, okay, fine. But yeah, it was a little bit strange, that battle there, because it looked like Furman was going to go up the inside of him, and it just seemed like that Besseling kind of squeezed him off almost.
I would imagine it's one of those tests of drivers. I'm going to brake later than you do, and unfortunately that wasn't the correct one. He's just ended up out-braking himself. He's ended up across the gravel trap.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of contact, maybe a little bit of squeezing too, but one car made it round, one car didn't, I'm afraid.
Yeah, unfortunate. But Furman did look like he had great pace. That is one thing I will say. Furman actually, if I'm looking at the times, the last lap, obviously not including this lap because obviously of that mistake, but he had a 1 minute 44.692 to Besseling that had a 1 minute 45.6. So
yeah, and that car is its fastest lap is 1.5 seconds faster than the Team 935 Besseling car. So they've definitely got pace with Furman's car. So he's only 1.3 seconds behind Besseling already. So he's moving back towards him rapidly. Yes,
indeed. So yeah, of course, Besseling will be wary of this, constantly checking his mirrors, and it won't be too long until Furman does get to the back of Besseling, and I'm sure Furman is not going to be happy from that incident there. So yeah, he's going to be gritting his teeth and hoping to get that P15 back.
I believe so, Sean. Just eyeballing around the field, it does look like most of the cars are spreading out now. I've been keeping an... Oh, we've got a car around at Acqua Minerale. Yeah. One of the Ferraris, I think that was. Didn't see who it was.
We've got car 935 just in front of Besseling. 935... I think it was 935. No, Besseling is 935. I do apologise. I can't see through the circles, unfortunately, so I don't know who that is in front of him.
Well, at least the Ferrari was off the racing line, so there wasn't going to be an incident with taking out one of the leading lap or the ahead drivers. So not too big a problem, but yeah, you want to be facing the right way on this track, and that's it seems like that corner's catching most of the drivers out today, one way or another. And as John alluded to earlier on, it's definitely we're always seeing oversteer, particularly from the German cars around there at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Actually, Besselink managed to get in front of the lapped car then. So there is one lapped car between Besselink and Furman at the moment for the battle for P15. Although Besselink went a little bit deep into the braking zone, so the lap car is actually alongside Besselink, I do believe.
Yeah,
and,
Furman's right there.
Yeah, Furman's right there as Besselink looked like he was trying to squeeze him as well, make it as difficult as possible. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay.
Same liveries.
Yeah, same livery, yeah, that is correct. But yeah, of course, that is not helping Besselink out at all.
That's Furman right on the back of Besselink.
Yeah. So,
yeah, he's gone defensive.
Yeah, he's gone very, very defensive, which is, you know, got every right to do, of course.
That traction.
Yeah, Furman got a really good exit, and in fact, too good of a exit because he had nowhere to go there. So, yeah, really putting that pressure on Besselink as we come up to Ravatsda now. Yeah, if Furman gets a good exit here,
this has got to be it, Sean. This has got to be it. This is the lap.
Yeah, I mean, he went a little bit sideways out of the final turn there, but he has got the slipstream to pull him down the straight, and of course that McLaren is very fast in a straight line. So will we see Furman get a little bit later on the brakes? Possibly not. But look how close he is. I mean, he's not giving up. They went a little bit sideways through the mid part of that corner there, so that would have lost the gap slightly to Besselink. And that's who's hit him from behind? I don't know who that was. I couldn't see from my camera angle, but he got hit from behind. Clearly, that was a pretty fast car on circuit. Let me just see who that was. That was Berry. Berry in P3.
He was being lapped, and yeah, he's unfortunately collected the Besselink, and well, that's allowed Furman through quite easily.
No,
Sorry,
that was on Furman. Yeah, he's just approaching Besselink now. So I hope Besselink knows that this is a blue flag situation and does allow him through, which he does. So he does actually slow down, and Furman, well, a little bit unfortunate. Perhaps May should have let through. You know, the faster car there in Berry, you know, because of course I didn't see it because I've got chase cam on my screen at the moment, because that was, for me, was like the easier way to keep an eye on who was who, really, but I didn't see the car behind him. So so yeah, to be honest, yeah, possibly should have given way to Berry. Maybe there wouldn't have been contact, but yeah, that gap has extended then. I think it's about 2 seconds between Besselink and Furman now. In fact, it says 1.5 seconds. So, but all the same, you know, has quite a gap to try and claw back again.
Yeah, well, we know from his fastest lap time it will be a couple of laps, perhaps, but it just needs to make it stick. I mean, he's been unlucky with a pass that ended up in the gravel, cutting across the gravel, and one leader coming across him and ending back up in the gravel again.
Oh, and then, sorry, just to cut you off there, Luke, but Besselink went very wide out of Toza, and Furman is back in the hunt. I think it said 1.2 seconds on the leaderboards. That looks more like about 3 or 4 tenths to me. So as we go up the hill,
this sliding through the first part of that rally.
Yeah, and again as well.
Yeah.
So as we approach the chicane now, I don't think Furman's going to go for this, and Besselink heavy on the defensive, of course.
He's got to be aware of what he did last time. He nearly went straight at the back of Besselink.
Yeah, and that's a good exit out of Furman. Look at that though. Look at that. Besselink went right over to the left. Furman wanted to go up the the inside there. I know that drivers that are defending can make one move, can't they? But I can see the frustration for Furman where he
was a bit late. It was a little bit late. Furman was already moving, but as we've seen from other formula, it's legal as long as all four wheels still remain on the track. As we see that them coming across the start-finish line, I think this is going to be it, Sean. This has got to be it. But
well, it's going to have to be around the outside.
Oh, contact!
And there is contact, and I do kind of feel like Besseling there. I feel like that was his fault that time because Furman was on the outside, and Besseling didn't realise that Furman's nose was on the outside. Besseling came across. And then that's how Furman spun at Besseling. So I don't think it was Furman's fault there. I just think Besseling wasn't aware of his surroundings. See, it's on the replay. Yeah.
On replay, it does look like Besseling's come across in the braking zone to where Furman was. So unfortunately, I would have to agree with you, Sean. It looks like it's a racing incident, but you'd have to proportion blame, unfortunately, to Besseling there. I mean, it's never nice to lose a position, but
no.
The chasing driver can't disappear if you're moving.
Exactly. Yeah, there's nothing Furman could have done. He was literally on the outside. He had nowhere else to go. As you said, in the braking zone, and that is unfortunate. That is what happens if you defend too hard. Unfortunate for Besseling. Does spin round, and he's going to have to. He's got it all to do to try and catch up with Furman because that gap is 9.8 seconds. With actually Bellotti perhaps maybe breathing down his neck. If he's not too careful, because on the timing boards it's saying 5.9 seconds, so obviously that gap would have come dramatically down, of course.
Absolutely. I think we do have obviously we had another battle on track, but the leaderboard is messing with me again with some pit stops. Well, it looks like Forney is 1 second behind Barbland. So the fight for P11, also Hawes as well is in P13, and he's only 1.8 seconds behind Forney in P12. So he's
actually,
on the move.
Yeah, he's on the move. So potentially a three-way battle for P11 here.
Yep, all three of them.
Forney went all sorts of sideways out of rFactor and hits the wall, and that has cost him now. And definitely going to have damage now to that Lamborghini. So yeah, really, really unfortunate.
Absolutely, Sean. That was not great. I was going to say that would be the best place to have an accident, right outside the pit lane, but he has elected to carry on. So either the damage isn't too bad, or he's just going to spend a lap evaluating it. But yeah, a bit of the commentator's curse as we go to them. Unfortunately, there's a 360 for you.
Yes, indeed. And Barbland and Hawes are in the pit lane now, actually. So that could possibly be a driver swap. I'm trying to get my pit wall up, but I'm struggling with it at the moment. So I'm trying to see if there is a driver swap. I would imagine there must be. Just bear with me.
Ideally, yes, Sean, because they want to be keeping fresh for these stints and maintaining concentration. I mean, 1 hour stint each is about right. I mean,
yeah,
around this track it's so tight and twisty. As we've seen, all of the drivers are making mild errors absolutely everywhere. It's tricky. I mean, one mistake, as we've seen, you're across a sausage curb or you're in a barrier. And we've gone on with the leader because we haven't really given the leader much attention in this. Team 80 for the BMW have absolutely just walked away with this so far.
Well, it looks like with Barbland and Hawes, they are still. So they've come out of the pits and they're still driving.
Quite possibly. Maybe they are pulling a double shift on this one. I mean, the stint itself was limited to it was a time stint. We do have a couple of drivers out there who are doing the entire race, so obviously they're electing to go for a different strategy.
Yeah, perhaps. I didn't actually know the actual proper ruling to this race, whether or not you can actually double stack your stints as long as you obviously, pit in between. So yeah, maybe that is pretty clear. Then that is what's happening right now. I just wish that I could get my information up. It's kind of struggling at the moment. I think. Well, it says Barbland on the leaderboard, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on, because on my pit wall, it's now saying that we've...
I have the same information, unless we're going to get a rejig when he finishes the lap. We have Siliev, who is on the back. I'm not sure if it's lapping, but he's only 1.6 behind Betschev. But that is the Porsche. He's gained 1.2 seconds in the sector. So this is for position P19, P20.
Right. Okay. And he goes wide as well. And Siliev is going to have a great opportunity now to slip up the inside, take that position away from Pechka. And yes, he does make it work. Pechka did have to back out of that too. Definitely won't go into one there. So they do swap positions for P19 and 20 respectively.
Made it look easy, Sean.
He did indeed. Yeah, that is how you make moves stick. Obviously, it did help that Pechka went a little bit wide and he had the overspeed, but yeah, nice and clean.
Oh, Pechka runs very, very wide.
Yeah.
You've got to be careful there, because that is where they're going to be monitoring track limits. And as we've seen enough penalties for one day. So we are now halfway through the race. We don't want to see any more. And an update on the temperature. We are now 10 degrees cooler than when we started. So we are definitely in that area of setup change and pressures change. So we might be seeing a couple of drivers struggle if they haven't adjusted their setup as of yet, or other ones where the setup will be coming towards them. So it's not over, and we are definitely going to be seeing some movers depending on who can adjust to the conditions appropriately. And as we see Pechka going wide again coming out of Rivazzo, he's trying very, very hard, but is unfortunately just causing himself more trouble, and needs to settle down and get back on the pace.
Just coming back to chat. So Velocity Sports Team said that there was drama in the pit lane. Car number 88 caught up to car number 51, but stalled exiting the pit box and lost loads of time.
That is not what you want to see. That was Sidivi in now currently P15.
Yes. So, Barbland and Sidivi, yes. That's around 9 seconds lost. Yeah, Thank you for the update there. Yeah, we would have missed that when we, unfortunately. But yeah, obviously not good to see. And, of course, mistakes do happen. But and that's all part of racing, even in the pit lane, if you don't...
Sorry, we've had Pechka passed again by Beaton. He's just falling away. It looks like he's got no grip at all. He's lost 2 seconds to Siliev in about a lap. So he's clearly struggling out there.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, it does look the case here.
But as we said, when you've had an incident, it can be very easy to upset your own rhythm, or it could be set up. Unfortunately, it could be either or a combination of the both.
Yes, definitely. Just the the 1 psi can make a big difference in the tyres, of course, isn't it? So it could be that.
Pechka letting one of the leaders through, clonked over one of the Soshis curbs. It looked like 2 wheels up in the air there for a moment, but has gotten through somewhat safely, if maybe for what would be a bruised spine coming back and landing like that.
Yes, indeed. I do have to slightly draw my attention to a fight that could be brewing now between P2 and a P3. So that is Berry and Strelnikov. So it's 2.3 seconds now, the gap, which is a lot closer than it was definitely a few laps ago. So could be something brewing. There is obviously traffic in the way as well, so that is also what is perhaps getting the two drivers closer to each other. Yeah, there was one car in between the two of them. So just as we come up to the chicane now, so Berry, actually there is another laps car in front. That's car number 149. That is.
It's less than 2 seconds now. Less than 2 seconds,
Yeah.
Sean. Yeah, this traffic is really working for Strelnikov. You've got to take your opportunities when you get them, and he's absolutely seizing it. On this lap, Adam Berry has lost about 2.1 seconds off his delta time.
As Strelnikov does dive into the pits from P3 then. Strelnikov, I'm just trying to see where he is on my pit wall, see how long he was on that stint. I'm not a fan, or it's not even a fan, it's just not quite working on my PC, unfortunately. Might have to throw my PC in the bin.
He was on a 37 lap stint, Sean. 1 hour and 3 minutes.
Right, okay.
So one more lap, and that would have been, I think the limit is 65 minutes for a stint, I believe.
Right, okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, knowing the lap time, you don't want to push it. I mean, that was basically to the limit. So we've had, in that team, we've had Volkov already, who did 35 laps. Strelnikov has done 37 laps, and they were, as a pair, so far running very well, who are running in P4. No, P3, P4? They're running in the top 4. And, back out on track in a moment.
Also, a couple of messages I missed. I do apologise, guys. So, Messina Maurizio says, go, 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 Simo. And also, is it Sac? No, it's not Sac Dots. SSK Dots. Let's go, Sagetti Course. Fantastic to have everyone in chat, of course, and hopefully really enjoying the broadcast. Yeah, we have currently got 2 hours and 51 minutes left of the race. Of course, I know a lot of the people in here will be the drivers, of course, supporting their respective teams. And yeah, it's an absolute honour to be commentating on such an awesome standard of driving, drivers even. You know, it's a level I would love to get to one day. Not quite there yet. Currently still learning the game as go along, because I'm actually quite new to ACC. I've originally come from Gran Turismo 7, but due to doing comms, you know, I've had to sort of learn my craft a little bit. Originally on the PS5, and now we're on the PC. So yeah, it's definitely good to see such amazing drivers, and definitely try to learn from you guys. So
I can only echo what you're saying, Sean. Yeah, exactly the same. A pair of us have both come from GT background, and seeing what we can see on ACC, particularly here in FRL, it is inspiring to see, and it's so much to see, so good to see so much warmth and good racing. So to the next 2 hours 50 minutes, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And you know, obviously, as the sort of the race draws to a close, you know, I can see obviously.
Battle for third.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I was kind of reacting to what I was watching on your screen there. I see one car go off the circuit there, but yeah, definitely. P3 and P2, there is half a second between Lanyi and Manum. I don't know if I said that correctly. If
That's how I would have said it.
I apologise, right? But yeah, half a second between them, and as we come to Ravazza, very, very important corner to set you up for this really long straight. If Manum can get a good exit, which he does. It looks like he did, but also Lanyi not too shabby from himself. I don't think he's going to be able to close that gap by the time we get to the Tamburella chicane, but nevertheless, that gap is closing. And we see a drive-through penalty for track limits for car number 203. That is Kiel. So he's in P13. Will possibly lose a position from that.
Absolutely. We got in chat. We've got Woodward in chat as well, who was one of our racers earlier. I'm just saying, good stint earlier on, and hope to see you back in the car for a later stint.
Oh yeah, that's going to be very tricky to drive. The one thing I have noticed with driving on ACC is that you tend to want to get the brakes as far forward as possible, or particularly in certain cars, like the Ferrari 296, etc. You want to get it in the sort of the 50 range, don't you? Something like 52 to 55% or something like that. Yeah, Woodward said that his brake bias was on 64%. So
bit aggressive.
Yeah. So a definite oops there for Mr. Woodward, but
we live and learn, Sean. We live and, like our streaming as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, yeah, short stint, but then it's a long race.
We're at it again.
Yes, indeed, they are, and 4.5. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at your screen there, right? So you're on P17, so.
They were a bit closer. They were. Cillian's dropped back coming down the straight. It was about 0.3 a minute ago.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because I was still focusing on the top three there in Lagny and Manham.
I think this is the battle. I think you're right there. As they're coming through the Villeneuve chicane.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that gap has got a bit closer, and. Yeah, do you know what? I thought the Mercedes driver there, I thought he may have missed his braking slightly, didn't get as close to the apex as I would have thought he would have, but actually got really good traction through there, good rotation into the corner as well, and remains within about half a second from Lagny.
Absolutely. Somewhere... Oh, okay, I see what's happened. We've had Lagny, who has taken over from Horath. It was our lead. I was wondering how Berry got into the lead. So this is our sort of real P1. But so this at the moment will be changing position once Berry's now in the pits. So I think Manham must be short to pit as well. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah, I think it's okay, yeah. So his name was originally Henrik Horvath, I believe. He was leading the race initially.
Yeah.
Did a second stint, and then the third stint went to Lagny, who is now currently leading. So
that makes sense. And I think Manham is the third stint driver, and we've got I think we've got Lagny, who's on now the fourth stint driver. So yeah, they're effectively a pit stop ahead.
Yeah, this is where I'm a little bit struggling actually, Luke, because can't seem to switch my screen to get on the third and fourth stint on the pit wall live. It just will not do anything for me.
All right, we'll get there together, mate. We do have Volkov with a drive-through. And that was
okay.
Yeah, that was the teammate of Stelenikov, who was obviously doing very well. Unfortunately, has picked up a penalty, so that is really going to hurt the chances at a podium finish. Who's serving it now, so it's got out the way at least.
Yeah, because these are, I mean, guys in chat, you could definitely correct us or not, but the drive-through penalty is roughly about 20 seconds, isn't it? And then obviously the drive-through penalty is probably about 20 seconds. The stop and go is obviously 30 seconds, but that is more, isn't it? Because of obviously the pit lane loss as well, isn't it? So you have to actually physically stop the car for 30 seconds, plus whatever time it takes you to get through the pits as well, isn't it? So
yeah, stop go is the one thing you do not want. Oh, we got Gasoluni down the inside of a lapped car coming through Tozer. Just as I go on board, that was interesting to see. You can see possibly a little bit of damage on the back of the 911 there.
It does seem the case there, to be honest. Yeah, definitely needs a bit of a touch-up on the paint, judging by what I can see on the bumper.
Yeah, the rear left looks like it's had an incident somewhere.
But yeah, of course, Gasolini. Oh, well, I keep saying that, but it's Gasolina.
Gasolina. I'm doing it because you're doing it.
Yeah, he. Of course, he would have been pitting through every stint, but he's been out on track for over 3 hours now, and it's quite amazing to see him in P5. Seems like the only solo driver that I know of, unless I stand corrected in chat, of course. But he's the only person I've seen in chat who said that he is solo.
Who also did it whilst in the race as well.
Yeah, he also was typing whilst he was still racing, which I think is absolutely
taking the mick.
Yeah. Not jealous at all, Luke. No,
we wouldn't try that, would we? We wouldn't do it.
No.
As well. No, we would definitely.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, so just going through the grid, really. Yeah, we got Lanyi, who is currently on a pole position. I think at last look, he was 30 seconds in front of Miatini, who is in P2. Then there is a 27-second gap between Miatini and Etor in P3, with Plus in P4, and he is 14 seconds behind in P4. It's actually 13.6 if you want to get technical.
I was happy with 14, Sean. It's okay.
Yeah. And then Gasolina in P5, 2.5 seconds behind. So actually will have his hands full if he keeps going at that pace at the moment.
I want to say we should keep an eye on Volkov, who's obviously just served that penalty, who is dropped about 20 seconds, is now in P7, so I would have thought he'd be around P4, P5, and was going to be wanting to earn that back very, very rapidly for Team Bolt.
Yes, indeed, but it's quite a gap though, isn't it? So Zach Dow is 5 seconds behind Gasolina in P5, and actually interestingly with Gasolina, he has closed that gap to Plus as well. It's down to 2.1 seconds. Looking at the previous lap time, Gasolina produced a 1 minute 42.577, whilst Plus got a 1 minute 43.
Gasolina getting very close to a lap car. As the lap car goes, and there's contact. There is contact coming out of the Tamburello chicane, and now the Villeneuve chicane into Tozer, and now the lap car is still in the way. That's going to lose Gasolina up to about
he actually
a second.
had to almost like perform the switcheroo, like he was actually making a real pass for position.
Yeah.
So
that has lost Gasolina a second on the Delta time. So
yeah, which is I'm sure there's going to be a few words in Discord later on today. I think.
Ferrari off, Aquaminerali.
Yeah.
Where else would it be?
Of course. So as you said, he's just under 3 seconds behind.
Jeez.
Just behind, yes.
That was entertaining. You can see that from the rear view from Gasolina, as we see. I think that was McLaren just bumping across the chicane there. That would have hurt. That would have. I felt that one.
Yes, indeed. I'm having to actually change my camera now because I've had it on chase view for about an hour, and although it's very good for the close battles, when there's cars behind, I tend to miss them. So we've changed the camera. It's perfectly fine for you, Luke, of course. So Luke is broadcasting, and obviously I'm trying to back him up to scour through the field, really, to find any battles, of course. But But yeah, Gasolina seems to be the man on the move at the moment. Currently in P5, that gap was 2.9 seconds. It's down to 2.3 seconds. And last lap, last lap was a 44.0. Plus was a 43.5. Of course, Gasolina, you know, had issues of his own, wasn't it? In trying to
with traffic,
get past the traffic there. But
Sidiv's just serving his drive-through, just so you're aware.
Right, okay, yep, I see him. But yeah, Gasolina has closed that gap to 2.2 seconds now. So definitely a man on the move and feeling confident in this race right now. So I would expect that if Gasolina keeps to this sort of pace, he may close in on Plus within the next couple of laps.
A good fight for P4 there, Sean. Those drivers from 4th down to 7th are all on the main straight, so they're not too far from each other, and with over 2.5 hours left to go, it's still anyone's race for that P4. So they're gonna keep going at it, and as you can see, a lot of the drivers, there is a lot of fluctuation in speed and unfortunately concentration at points as well. So there's still a lot going on, and just a reminder of the track temperature is still dropping a little bit down to 36. We're no longer boiling eggs, so it's hot to the touch, but it's uncomfortable. But it's no longer up near that better part of 50 degrees as the race started earlier on.
Yes, indeed, and we've got Plus, who has got a bit of traffic in front of him, I believe.
Got a fight for P14.
Yeah, no, but I would definitely focus your attention on the battle for P4, because Gasolina has closed that gap to 1.5 seconds as Plus had to try and battle his way through
it's closer
traffic.
than that, Sean. It is way closer than that
it's
now.
Way exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, he's been having trouble trying to get around one of the back markers there. Gasolina is now closing in on that back marker. So I would imagine, or I would want the back marker to slow down. Yes, he does, and that has enabled Gasolina to get all sorts of close with Plus. That is the wrong saying there, but yeah, he gets a lot closer to the back of Plus in P4. He's going to be under all types of pressure as we start lap 117. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Look.
Oh yeah, coming from a GT7 background, that just seems mad unless you're on one of the tiny tracks.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So yeah, of course he's not going to be able to make the move, but that gap is below a second now. This is more like half a second now. So definitely race on for the battle for P4.
Ooh,
and
Gasolina so confident on the brakes.
Really good on the brakes. Really good on the brakes. Really manages to stop that car on a sixpence. And yeah, it looks like Plus perhaps struggling a little bit with the setup there. Most of his times have been 1 minute 44s. Gasolina in the 1 minute 43s. And yeah, Gasolina actually commented in chat as well, saying...
yeah, I was about to bring your attention to that.
Yeah, no, I mean, unbelievable. Blue flags making race harder. Yes, I share the pain, Gasolina.
Plus running wide. I think we're going to have 4 trophies at the end of this. First, second, third, and one who takes the mick the most. And Gasolina's winning handily at the moment.
Hands down, yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, he's doing fantastically well, and that gap is closing, and he's definitely a lot better on the brakes as well. Was almost. Yeah, he did, to be honest, and I think it was because Gasolina is able to take a lot more speed and brake a lot later, and nearly went into the back of Plus there. So perhaps Gasolina was just
while these two are a little bit further away, I want to bring your attention to P15, 16. These cars are absolutely together. Sorry, P14, 15, 16. This is a freeway fight, Sean. I'll keep an eye on Gasolina. They're just over a second apart at the moment.
Yes. So, yeah, you are so right there. So we've got Van Horn, we've got Zicala and Keel in close proximity. And here comes here comes Kiel, yep.
There might be Benton behind them, or no, that might be a lapping car.
Well, Kiel goes around the outside, so he does take that position from Zicalo, isn't it? Yeah, that is... I'm not sure who that is, to be honest.
That's a leader coming through.
Right, okay.
Didn't see who, I'm afraid. But yeah, that was a good little bit of freeway action there. It looks like Zicalo has come off a little bit worse there, but Kiel and Horn are taking off down the road a little bit. And we'd better go back up to see what's happening with P3.
Yes, indeed.
P4,
so, to be honest, the gap is as it was, to be honest. So we can go back on board with 14, 15, and 16. Oh, there's someone off in the background now. I'm not sure who that was. There was definitely someone off.
Just having a look, Sean, see if we can see a replay. No, unfortunately, didn't capture it.
Right, okay. It was on. Yeah, unfortunately, he was off on the right. Yeah, he was off on the right-hand side. I think that was. I think I saw 779. I believe that is Marche that was off the circuit there. So he's down in P27. But yeah, he would have been one of the lap cars anyway. So yeah, Van Horn then, yeah, coming in P14 in the black, well, on my screen at least, black Mercedes. And then Kiel is in 5th. Hold on.
Kiel's
was
in
that
15th. That's correct.
Yeah, but was Van Horn just behind? Sorry, Kiel just behind Van Horn.
I think we have a leader in the mix there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a leader in the mix there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Okay, so yeah, for a moment there, I thought, yeah, there was an overtake, happening. But yeah, what I will.
Gasolina is half a second behind Blues.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, let's stay on board with this then. So yeah, fantastic to see, battle for P4, this late on in the race. Yeah, 3 tenths is the gap at the moment. Both get a good exit up the hill and towards the chicane. Gasolina trying to apply that pressure. And as we have already learned, that the Porsche tends to be very good on its brakes, and yeah, it might not have the straight line top speed over the AMG, but definitely more comfortable in the corners and on the brakes, or at least how Gasolina has set up his car anyway. But yeah, firmly in that slipstream now as we come across the start-finish line to start lap 121, isn't it? Because that'll be 120
Gasolina's in that
down.
slipstream's closing. It's going to be tricky. Not quite enough.
Don't think it's enough. Yeah. It needed maybe another half a car length to maybe send it on the inside, but yeah, getting very, very close now, and yeah, he is a man on form, I have to say. I don't want to jinx him, but he's looking supreme out there at the moment, and yeah, it's gonna take a lot for Plus to defend from this, I feel. And he has also got a car in front as well to deal with. So that is car number 55, I believe. And 55 is Thompson in P26. So yeah, blue flags will be waved. He will need to move out the way very shortly and try to do it in a way where it doesn't cost the time to the 2 drivers behind. But look at Gasolina now. Gasolina getting an awesome run on Plus.
Yeah, and we have Thompson unfortunately in the way here. This is going to be an opportunity for Gasolina.
Oh, and he just went a little bit sideways out the exit, caught a little bit too much of the inside curb there. However, Plus has still not made the move on Thompson, although Thompson does pull to the inside now. I would have thought maybe he would have taken the outside line, to be honest, but he does move out the way nevertheless. And not much time lost for Ploos, but Gasolina does lose a bit of time there, unfortunately. And Ploos will now have at least a second, in fact, it's a 1.6 second gap between P4 and 5.
Thompson better not be trying to repass down to Sombrello. We have seen it before. We have seen it before. I think you're right there. Once you have a leader come up behind you, you tend to move back onto the racing line and forget there might be another car behind. However, I do think it was a bit unlucky for where Gasolina and Ploos has caught Thompson there, because there is only one way round that corner, and no matter where you go, you're going to be in the way. But the race goes on. Gasolina seems to have the pace at the moment. I do want to draw your attention to the fastest laps for the car 202 and car 369, which is currently Ploos and Gasolina. They both have basically identical fastest laps, 1:42.5, and it's 5:87 for the Ploos car and 555 for Gasolina. So very equally pace, even if Gasolina seems to have the pace right now.
Yes, he does seem. Yeah, I mean, I can't see the fastest lap times at the moment on my screen, but yeah, obviously on the current lap times, well, Gasolina went a little bit slower because of that the traffic, wasn't it? Lost out a little bit there, but still, yeah, Gasolina is definitely a man on the charge, and I'm sure he will, perhaps be able to claw back that gap that Ploos has extended at the moment. It is 1.6 seconds between Ploos and Gasolina for P4 and 5 respectively. But yeah, this race is not over, of course, and we will see. We'll see in this stint, perhaps, if Gasolina can claw back the gap and perhaps take that P4.
We will see. It's going to be an ongoing thing, I feel. I do feel we need a word for our illustrious leader at the moment, who is very much solitary out there in P1, 30 seconds clear off the field, doing an absolutely sterling job, just keeping it cool, keeping it calm. Every time I've been on board, there's barely been a wheel out of place. It's just, it's not even, the team doesn't even have the fast lap, just the most consistent at this point, and that's exactly what you need.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, consistency wins a race, isn't it? You can be the fastest man in terms of just, overall lap pace, but then, like, if you're not consistent, you're going to lose so much time. So, quite a logical explanation, really, Luke. But yeah, in endurance, that is what's the most important, I think.
Absolutely. I can only draw an F1 sort of analogy right at the moment. We have Max Verstappen absolutely dominating F1. In his earlier career, he was fast but erratic, and look what happens when you sort out your consistency.
Indeed, yeah, definitely, indeed. I need to draw your attention a minute though, Luke, because I've been looking a bit further down the field, and P15 Van Horn is very close to the back of Forney, who is in P14.
Just saw a pass for P16 for Cheskiller and Beaton, so Beaton's just taken that place as well. So there is movement going on out there.
Definitely, as Van Horn getting very close to the back of Forney, and I think he's outbraked himself. He definitely has. Van Horn tried to make the pass on Forney, and unfortunately, got on the brakes a little bit too late, missed his braking zone, and in the end, Forney grabs that P14, but Van Horn, slight missed opportunity there.
Yeah, that's a replay of what we saw earlier, Sean.
Right.
I'll brake later than you. Not always the right option. You've got to make sure you make the corner first.
Exactly. Just looking back on chat as well, guys. I do apologise. I've not looked at chat for a while. We've had a few yeah, a few things going on in the race, of course, as just seeing what you just brought up there, Luke. So Gasolina also getting within a second of Plus as well. So that battle is hotting up as well. So yeah, Gasolina, as we said before, definitely a man that has the pace and is really showing it at the moment.
Absolutely. When you've got the pace and the confidence, go for it. I do want to give a shout out to our car 738, who we've got in our chat at the moment. So we've got Robinson and Brown, and we've got Robinson out on track at the moment, who I hope isn't doing a Gasolina and talking and driving, who is trying to get to P20 in the race. We'll keep an eye on you, running in P21 at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on you, and good luck to you. I mean, at the moment, can't see who the closest person is here because the timing sheet's sorting itself out. But we'll check in with you.
Yeah. So yeah, you're basically
Gasolina and Plus together again.
Yeah, I see it.
Here we go.
And actually, yes, Plus actually at the very last minute there actually realised that Gasolina was there, so actually went a little bit wider. Gasolina then came onto the brakes a little bit more as well. So actually good, respectful driving between the pair of them there.
Absolutely brilliant.
So far, Plus is still in front of Gasolina, but Gasolina, as we've seen there, has got the pace, and I just feel like it's only a matter of time before Gasolina can make the move on Plus again, as the gap does come down as we, approach the chicane now. He's obviously not going to make the move there, but as we come down the hill, as we alluded to, that Porsche really, really good on the brakes, and I feel like if he can time his braking to perfection for rFactor now and really set himself up for the final corner, a move could be made as we approach the Tamburello chicane for turn 2.
Absolutely, Sean. What keeps happening though is we see that the car coming out of rFactor doesn't always get the best drive coming out the corner. It must be a little bit of aerodynamic disturbance and a little bit of eagerness to get on the throttle, but coming down the Tamburellos, we see them now. It's not always there, but there are other places on this track to pass, and well, as you say, this race is not over between these two. And as we come up to a lap ago, right here, we did see Plus is run a bit wide.
Gasolina does take the position, dives around the outside, and Plus obviously pretty slow coming out of that complex. So Gasolina up into P4 then,
it's been
finally
coming.
Gets the.
Yeah, it's been coming, Sean.
Yeah, well, finally makes the move done, and now Gasolina, I suspect, will now be on the charge to, get a little bit nearer to Itor. Yeah, Yanni Tor.
The best name on the grid. I'm sorry, that is just the best name on the grid.
Yeah, obviously.
P14, P15. We got a fight going on down there, but a bit of a freeway fight with a gap. Forney and Van Horn, and I think Van Horn has got through.
Yeah, I do believe so. I was waiting for the balls to come up. So it was Van Horn that had already made the move.
And you got beaten on the back of these two as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I was just getting on to that. Before it goes out of shape, out of the chicane there, and Beaton takes that opportunity, moves up into P15. Unlucky for Forney, though, because really struggled to... regather control of the car. That is the Lamborghini, of course. I feel sorry for Forney there, but yeah, of course, Beaton will be behind Van Horn, and I think it's 1.2 seconds at the moment. A little bit of breathing space for Van Horn, but we'll see how Beaton gets on. Of course, we did have a few supporters of Beaton earlier on in chat, so yeah, he's doing well, because Luke, I remember commenting and saying that he was like something like P21, or in fact I think it would have been his teammate that took charge then, but I'm sure they were like P21, so they're up 6 positions. That's good for them. And
that's a good effort. It's a good effort.
Yeah.
I've got to say, we're about to see Ploos in action again. Zach
okay.
Dow's on the back of him. It's not letting up.
Wow. Okay. So
Zach Dow clunks over the curb. That's not good for the car.
Zach Dow, certainly a man on the charge. Then 1 minute 42.6 was his last lap time. With Ploos with a 1 minute 44.1. So he closed up on him by 1.5 seconds in the last lap.
Ooh, very wide Ferrari back there.
Yes, indeed,
or McLaren,
indeed.
Might be the McLaren.
But
Yellow and orange. Sorry.
But the 2 Mercedes closing up, and that is Zach Dow closing up on Ploos, and that gap is now down to under 4 tenths. In fact, it's a lot less than 4 tenths.
Yep.
As he sees him move up the inside, he backs off because, of course, didn't have the driver line to get through the turn, but certainly Zach Dow putting all sorts of pressure to Ploos. Ploos will definitely know that he's there now, and this could get very tasty on this lap, of course.
Yeah, and one thing it has done is allow Gasolina to just drive away, who was only about half a second, 8 tenths maybe ahead of Ploos before Zach Dow got here, but now Gasolina is now 3 seconds down the road as Zach Dow goes for it.
Yes, it had the inside line, gave him the space, lost the rear slightly there, so he would have lost the traction out of the Minerali corner there, but definitely got the pace here though, Zach Dow. Definitely got the pace. And
trying to pass into Piratella, though, that is novel. You do not see that.
Yes, indeed, yeah, that's a bit unorthodox for sure. But certainly a man that's feeling very confident at the moment, and I don't want to jinx it because I keep saying it, but if he can get a good exit of Ravatta, then maybe we'll see another attempt of an overtake. So actually pretty clean. Yeah,
and you can see Ploos is struggling at the moment. His lap times are down quite significantly, 2.3 off his previous lap. So at the moment, he's definitely looking in his mirror. He's driving with his mirrors more than he's driving looking forward at the moment. As you can see, Zach Dow's going to show him his nose again into Tamburello, which is forcing Ploos to think about where his position is going to be, and it compromises your entrance and exit, and it's a vicious cycle coming back around, Sean. You just can't see look in your mirrors.
Yes, 100% agree with that. As Ploos goes a little bit wide out of the exit as well as we come up to Tozer. So both of them are going to be literally bumper to bumper on the exit. Zach Dow gets a good exit, and I think Ploos is going to take the inside line there and really defend. It's not going to be easy for Zach Dow to make the pass, and goes a tiny bit wide out of the exit as well. So it was actually good defence there from Ploos. But as we know, Zach Dow got a much better exit, and as we come up to the chicane, I don't think Zach Dow is going to send it on Ploos here, but of course that pressure is building and building.
Ploos taking lots of curb. He's desperate to find every inch of circuit here. Yes,
indeed. And take 2, or maybe we could call it take 3 actually, of Zach Dow trying to make the move on Ploos. He seems closer to the back of Ploos this time. Both of them in the same car, of course. I think there could be a move made here. I'm pretty certain.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, he's closing. He's closing. Will he go to the inside?
He does take the inside line. He's slightly later on the brakes. Yes, he makes it stick. That's a fantastic move. Perfect on the brakes there, and Ploos down into P6, and you can already see the gap between them. So perfect move from Zach Dow up into P5.
Yeah, can't argue that, Sean. It's taken a couple of laps, but yeah, absolutely textbook move in the end. I do want to bring our attention to P9, P8, Savini and Graf, who we haven't really seen in this race, but they are only separated by 0.7 of a second. I've been watching the gap come down, and it does look like that Graf in the 911 is going to be on the back of that McLaren very soon. In fact, already is.
And I've also got a comment and say that car number 2. I'm sure it was it Alan Brown?
2 is Soto at the moment.
Yeah, but Alan Brown was saying, yeah, my number 2 driver, right? Okay, sorry, yeah, I misread that then.
Yeah, they're car 738. I'm keeping an eye on them. They're in P21 at the moment with Robinson.
Well, Chris Sauter, anyway, what I was going to say in car number 2, just picked up a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. So, so we might have missed something in the sort of last half a lap there, but Sauter I know through, I believe, Sprint Sundays. I'm pretty sure he's in that one, or it might be Taco Tuesday. I commentate on so many different leagues now, Luke. I can't keep track with which drivers is in which series, you know.
Yeah, I have enough trouble with Taco Tuesday, let alone F1 and this. So I'm fully with you on that. But it is good getting to know this endurance racing group. I'm getting a sense of a lot of personalities just from the racing and from half of them talking in the chat as they're racing as well. So it's all a bonus for me. That's as far as I can count on that one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, absolute pleasure for me to commentate on such skillful drivers, you know, and yeah, and obviously quietly cheering on the FRL boys, of course, as well. I was just looking on board with Luke Robinson just to see how he was getting on. He's currently in P21 at the moment.
With my favourite livery.
Indeed, yeah. So, yeah, no, definitely in good spirits, and you know, is looking reasonably comfortable at the moment. I think, yeah, definitely would like to be pushing into the top 20, but yeah, one place behind. So yeah, looking good for the FRL boys, and. Yeah, just I'm trying to look through the grid really just to see what is going on track. It looks like Graf is catching up with Savini.
Yep.
So yeah, Savini and P9, Graf in the top 10. So it's getting quite interesting actually. The gap did say it was 4/10. I think it's a slightly more than that at the moment. But. Nevertheless, you know, it's still a pretty close gap between them, so that is definitely one to look out for. Plus is still... Actually, I expected Zach Dale to start sort of pulling away, but Plus is actually 1.9 seconds behind. Zach Dale is 3 seconds behind Gasolina as well. So Zach Dale
I think we've got a move going for ninth. We got Graf right on the back of Savini. Sorry to interrupt you, Sean, but this is instantly hotted up. I think Savini was very, very cautious into Villeneuve, and then you can just see the gap is, well, it's non-existent now. It's 1/10 of a second.
Yes, indeed. Yep. No, I see it now. Yeah, Graf. He's not going to go for it there, of course.
Not a pair of
no,
we've already seen Zach Dale try that. It didn't work.
No, but yeah, certainly looking confident. Certainly driving very cleanly, and yeah, it seems like it's only a matter of time before he will be pouncing on Savini for that P9.
Yeah, good bit of racing between these two. Absolutely no contact, despite being basically less than a tenth apart. So onwards, see what they can do into the next lap. I mean, it's only gonna increase in its intensity from here, and it's already nail biting, as you can see.
Yeah, very close to the back of him. Can he get a good exit though? That is more important. He goes a little bit wide, and that is a commentator's curse there. Yeah, lost the traction, kicked up a bit of stones and gravel as well for good measure. So we'll have to bide his time to perhaps get that next opportunity on Savini, of course.
Absolutely. I want to say hello to Casual in the chat. So, yes, welcome to FRL. And, yeah, this is a monthly endurance league. And we can see some good racing here on the FRL ACC race.
Yes, as we look back with Graf, he has... he's closed that gap again. So, yeah, definitely Graf is... oh, yeah, he might get the opportunity now as Savini goes very wide out of Toza, and they are side by side coming up to this... you know, fast left-hander. Sure, my God, there was a little bit of door touching there. Still a bit of door touching, but in the end, actually, really good play from Savini. Recognised that the Graf was on his inside and sort of steered a little bit wider. So, yeah, Graf into really good racing. Graf into P9, Savini down into P10.
Yeah, I'll give that a replay. You can see that all again, just for your amusement. Yeah, you can just see absolutely respect from the two drivers coming to the Piratel. A little bit of a touch, but nothing that would be considered too bad. But yeah, a good bit of racing from those pair.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, we've still got 2 hours of the race left. It's, of course, it's team racing as well. So don't want to be ruining it for the the other drivers that are waiting in the background to get on their stint. So yes, a very clever and safe driving between the two of the drivers. And yeah, it looks like Graf is trying to push on now. And next driver will be Tironi.
We get to catch our breath for a couple of seconds there, Sean. We'll find out where the next battle is coming from.
Indeed.
I think it's going to be for P4 again with one of our favourites, Gasly. Oh, to be fair, is that Graf being lapped, or is that Savini coming back at Graf?
Yeah, possibly. I was looking at Pitwall live.
Savini's come back at him. He was 1.4 down. Somewhere Graf's made a mistake.
But also, Luke, Zach Dow has caught up to Gasolini.
Yeah.
Is Lena.
Yeah, we both keep doing it.
So, yeah, the gap is 7/10 now. There is a car in front, I believe. It will be a little bit of traffic by the looks of it, which could explain why Gasolina or Zach Dow closing the gap on Gasolina, perhaps. No, I mean, Zach Dow has been on the charge, though. 1 minute 42.7 was his previous lap time. He's just coming across the line now with a 43.0. Gasolina had a 43.7. So, yeah, no, definitely Zach Dow has been pushing, and that is why he has closed the gap. But, yeah, there is definitely a little bit of traffic in front of Gasolina as we try and find who that is in front of him.
We have had a request to check out the Lamborghini in P20, which is Mayors, to see if they have any damage. I was wondering if you might lend your expert eye, Sean, and see if you think that is damage or not. I think there's some front end damage there.
Yeah, okay, I can have a look quickly. So
it looks like there's a bit of a bonnet gap on there where I think there's possibly some front impact damage. It definitely looks a little bit crumpled to me.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, there is definite damage.
Yeah, we've got the boys in there. We've got Robertson in P21, who is his teammate, should say, is asking just for a friend, asking for a friend.
Yeah, the front bonnet is kind of flapping a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely had some sort of incident. Looking at the gaps, Mayers to Robinson.
I think we're about to see a pass for fourth. We've got Gasolina, who was compromised through the Revatsa, and so was Zach Dow. Zach Dow's gone in. Okay.
Yeah, Zach Dow, I think, has gone in. Yeah, I think he recognised that. Perhaps he was losing a little bit of time. Maybe, I don't know if you can see on your pit wall, Luke, maybe he was coming to the end of his stint, because there is 2 hours left of the race now.
Let's have a look. Is that down? Okay, he was 1, 2, 3. So on that 4th stint, had been racing for 1 hour 3 minutes. So yeah, that was literally, well, you can't go further than that. It's a 65-minute stint maximum length. So yeah, it went absolutely to the end on that one.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that would make perfect sense then. So yeah, just looking at the gaps, then there is quite a gap though between Mayers and Robinson. It's looking like it's
big battle for P12.
P12.
Beaton and Keel. I think Van Horn is with them too.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a leader in there as well. No, it's just Beaton and Keel and other traffic, shall we say.
Yeah, 55 is Thompson. So yeah, caught in that traffic, trying to decipher who is who at the moment. Yeah, Keel is car number 203, isn't it? So Beaton is 987, who is just in front of him now. So yeah, managing to negotiate the traffic pretty well, but yeah, certainly very close between the two drivers there, and it did look like Beaton had a little bit of damage on the front. I could be wrong. It just looked like the. No,
Keel with a drive-through. Keel in this battle has just picked up a drive-through.
So that'll be for cutting track limits 3 too many times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's costly for him. That will be at least 20 seconds lost. That will be.
He'll go straight away.
Yep. He'll be down to about P15 after that then.
Yeah. I don't know if there is a mandatory rule where you have to serve it within 3 laps like in Formula 1, but honestly,
I think you do.
Yeah, honestly, I would serve it straight away anyway. Just get it out of the way. If you're in traffic anyway, it's minimising the problem. You'll just be at least hopefully giving yourself a little bit of clean air and going again. I do want to just look towards the other end of the field for the moment. We got Kana and P25 and Lombardi together.
Yep, okay. Yep, that is pretty close between them, yep, indeed. So, yeah, pretty much bumper to bumper, I believe. Is that him in the Ferrari? Yes, it is. Kana is just behind in that Porsche, yep. So, yeah, very close between them. Yeah, roughly about 3 to 4 tenths between them. Perhaps may have lost a little bit of time, Kana, to Lombardi after going over the sausage on that chicane. But yeah, it seems to be one of the closest battles on a circuit at the moment, for sure. And just exiting the... Yeah, just exiting the Ravazza, and yeah, it looks like Kana's got a really good run on Lombardi. Can he make the move stick through the chicane, or even before the chicane, where he's just
taking the outside line?
Taking the outside line. Lombardi, what can he do here? Is he going to be able to stay in front? No, he's not, because
round the outside.
Round the outside was Kana, although Lombardi's still right behind Kana, sorry. But I don't think, yeah, he's going to fall back, unfortunately.
I think that's my move of the race so far, Sean. I've got to say it straight away.
Yeah, fantastic move from Kana up into P24, and yeah, he can now start pushing on.
Just proof there is good racing all across this grid, not just the top, all across it.
Yeah, indeed. And I think Woodward is he 7 seconds up the road, I think, from Kana.
Oh, have we got Woodward back in the car again?
Yes, yep.
Yep, taking over for the penultimate stint, it would seem. We've got 2 hours, and will be one more stint, one more change after this, and then we'll be in the final stretch. We're 4 hours in, Sean. Well, you're 4 hours in. I'm 2 hours in.
Yeah. I know. So, I'll be honest with you though, Luke. It's flown by though. It does not feel like 4 hours. It feels like
It feels like 3 hours, yeah.
3 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
No, definitely like 2 hours or something. It's I don't think I've ever done commentary for this long.
It's
before.
not a bad way to spend your Saturday, is it?
It's not, to be honest. I've been learning a few facts about the drivers, and I've seen some excellent racing, and my voice has been raised a few times. It's good to get that anger out, isn't it, Luke? So, but no, honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to
I'm not
commentate.
sure your neighbours will agree with your anger and the noise, but
no, probably not. Especially with my windows wide open as well. But yeah, no, it's been absolutely fantastic, and let's hope for a dramatic last 2 hours of this race.
Absolutely. While we're here, while we have a little bit of a lull, looking at the track itself, you can definitely see how the track is
Luke,
well.
we haven't got a lull because Furman is all over the back of Siliev. Actually, he was literally bumper to bumper, or are they side by side? I can't even work it out at the moment. Let me change the camera. I think they're side by side, Luke. And Siliev.
Yeah, Furman's got Siliev, so I'll just do a replay.
Yeah.
See if we can catch up with that. Oh, little bit of, to quote another commentator, argy-bargy, going through, I think that's the, Tozer. Yeah, and you can see Siliev has come off very slowly, and essentially it looks like Furman has shot off down the road, down into Piratella.
Yeah, Furman up to 17th and Siliev in 18th. But Siliev, to be honest, is not too far behind at the moment. And oh my God, I thought he got late on the brakes there, because that gap dramatically closed between Furman and Siliev. But it looks like Siliev is actually catching up to Furman now as we go down the back straight, crossing the line. And he's got a good run here, Luke. He's got a really, really good run here.
Ran the outside again. Are we going to see another one?
Around the outside, and it looks like he's oh my God, nearly touching, and Siliev goes a little bit wide. There's contact. There's contact in the background, and that would have been one of the back markers, or someone that was not fighting for position. And Siliev has gone off the road into the gravel trap and lost a lot of time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, Sean. Unfortunately, that was both drivers not wanting to give up the position. Siliev has run wide into Furman, run off the course, essentially. So it's unlucky, but hopefully the damage isn't too bad for Siliev.
Indeed.
He has dropped best part of I think he's dropped 2 places. I think Myers has got past as well. So Siliev's probably dropped about 12 seconds, and probably with damage as well. So that's not great for his race.
No, not at all. And oh my God, there's more. I'm just looking at Volkov in P6 at the moment. That is car number 149 in the AMG. So it's
he's caught Plouse. It seems to have caught quite up to Plouse. He's only a couple of seconds ahead. But Volkov with the 5-second penalty, of course.
Well, yeah, and that will be served in the pit stop, isn't it? But Volkov, I think, getting around one of the lapped cars, I believe.
I think that was Lambardi.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Lambardi.
Okay. Trying to get the right camera on board so I could see, but yeah. So it was 1.6 seconds. I think it's Plouse got in. Plouse has got in front of the next car in front. Trying to see on the map.
Every time we look, it's Plouse everywhere. What was I talking about? It's calming down. It's doing the opposite.
It's definitely not. I was just about to get to chat then, and then we obviously see a bit of drama there. But I may get an opportunity now, because there is still a lapped car between Volkov and Plouse right now. So just looking back, how far back am I? So Gasolina says, my pleasure hearing you guys. Fantastic cast. Well, we really appreciate the kind comments there. And
we got someone off. It's barely a dull second round here.
Yeah, that was the lap car that was between Palouse and Volkov. I think it was, it might have been Bessie Link, because I'm pretty sure that was that livery.
I think it was. Yeah, just ran wide coming through Aqua Minerale. No damage done, just slowed up for a little bit. Sorry, back to you, Sean. There's just always something going on. We don't get 2 seconds to ourselves, do we?
No, we don't. No, we don't. That is our job as commentators. You know, one of the drawbacks is we never get time, but it's an absolute honour, of course. But yeah, no, really appreciate the kind words there, Gasolina, and obviously, you know, fantastic driving as well from P4, being able to text whilst he's racing at such a high standard as well. It's fantastic to see. But yeah, to answer Casual Gamer is yes, the Ferrari 296 is in ACC. It's one of the it's the 2023 DLC packs, isn't it? I think. So yeah, it's ACC. You know, keeping up to date with the current GT3 cars. There's quite a few in the new pack, which I actually don't have on the PC, but have got on the PS5. So you know, I'm just awaiting to get it cheap, because I'm a bit of a cheapskate. So
me and you both. I do want to give a shout out to Casual right now. He's very, very fast driver in both GT7 and F1, who I will be racing tonight. Actually, in a pre-GP. So
fantastic!
I believe he's part of the Swedish national esports team for F1. So I've got my work cut out, and he's mega fast.
Oh wow! Okay.
Racing around Silverstone, I had to absolutely pull out every trick I knew just to stay on the same lap as him.
Wow. Okay. So more OP drivers then, eh? Midnight, eh?
Yeah. He'll be right at home in this one if you can get a team together and stomach a 6-hour endurance race on ACC.
And Alan Brown just saying, has anyone noticed on the BMW where the fuel cap is, there is a number there, and I know what it does. Anyone else?
Well, we're looking at the car. We'll see if we can spot it for you. Do I want to know?
That is the question, yeah.
If I spot it, I'm not saying anything. I'll message you.
Well, I was looking at that is a good spot actually. So I was just looking on board with Tirano, and then car number 331 went up the inside of him. That is Eck. I'm not sure what the first name is, but P8 up to P7 gets past Tironi on the out of Ravazza. So
yep, seeing it on replay, Sean. Seeing it on replay. Yeah, down into the Ravazza.
Yep. Okay.
Getting a good clear view of it this time. That's a lovely late braking manoeuvre. That's confidence on the brakes. And taking the racing line and just trying to accelerate away is absolutely textbook.
I kind of took my focus off the leaderboards there. Didn't realise how close they were.
You look away for a second, and then there's more action going on every single time.
Indeed. And that must be... That can't be... That cars. They look like there was a car right on Tironi's bumper there.
Yeah, that's different traffic, different lap.
Right, okay.
We do have Volkov on the back of Palouse again. He was caught back up only 1.2 seconds away.
Yep.
Again, still with that 5-second penalty. But as Sean has informed us, it will be served in the pit lane. How long is Volkov into the stint? He can't be too long away from pitting by my recollection.
I wish I could give you that information, but...
53 minutes, 58 seconds. So he's got another 10 minutes. So, and then we'll be into the penultimate stint.
Right, okay, fair enough. So, So yeah, and it's looking like I'm just trying to go through the field at the moment just to see, you know what, you know, if we've got like tight gaps and stuff. But I can't really see it at the moment. It seems like perhaps towards the back of the grid, we've
Kana
got
and Lombardi are together again.
yeah.
Somehow Lombardi's got back in front of Kana.
Indeed, so it's been a bit of a ding-dong battle between the pair of them for a lot of this race. But yeah, Kana, yeah, Kana, yeah, for certain, yeah, trying to sort of work.
Epic pass into Tamburello, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
That was
So
the other
we
way
do
round.
know. Yeah, we do know he's got the pedigree to you know make good overtakes, but perhaps maybe had a little bit of a moment out of one of the corners, as John said earlier on in the broadcast that the German cars tend to struggle a little bit at well. Porsche, you know, BMW and AMG tend to struggle a little bit on certain corners, but obviously, you know, if you look at the top of the grid, we do have a BMW up there. So
I was going to say that looks like the bottom half of the grid looks like it's littered with Ferraris at the moment.
yeah.
It could be conditions, it could be anything.
Conditions, car setup, you know, there's a lot of factors that get thrown into the mix. So yeah, so it might suit certain people, and then other people it might be an absolute nightmare for them. But
Absolutely.
yeah.
While we do have a couple of seconds at least, I do want to draw attention as Kana goes wide through Piratella.
Yeah.
The track temperature is now, I believe, I think it's either 15 or 17 degrees cooler, which is significant.
It is certainly a big drop off, yeah. And I mean the ambient temperature is actually the same as the track temperature, so that's quite interesting to see actually. Because all race it was there was about a 5 degree difference between ambient and the track.
Yeah, it's the tree cover, I would imagine. You get certain sections of this course which are completely covered, and it is. Oh, Celiev's picked up a drive-through somewhere. Not having the cleanest of races, unfortunately. But yeah, now the conditions are changing. The sun is lowering. We've still got an hour and 3/4 to go. I don't think we're going to get to nighttime headlight with racing with headlights, but it is changing, and the last stint is going to be very tricky. And if it's going to be any driver that was from the first stint in the final stint, it's going to be a very different circuit, Sean.
Yes, of course, and actually, just looking on board.
I've just spotted Myers is 1 second behind Yanis.
Okay, do you know what I was gonna give a big heads up to the FRL boys, and then I think it was a little bit of a mess up with the graphic. But yeah, Mayers is actually just under a second behind Yanis for the fight for P16. So 7/10 now as they come across. Oh, and actually he's going to take that position because Yanis goes wide into the gravel trap. So a free position for Mayers up into P16.
Yep, runs wide, just straight into the cat litter, I'm afraid. And yeah, pass made easy there for Myers. Can't ask for more than that, can you? Just thank you, I'll have the position, thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Take that all day long. But
we have a shout out in chat for car 987, which is our the FRL solo Dutch team.
Ah, there we go. Yeah,
Van Beaten and Mark GG.
GG's to Mark.
And just because of it, I'm going to play your remote for that, just because I can.
I was waiting to say that.
I mean, it makes absolute sense.
But
if Gasolini can multitask, so can we.
Exactly. Yeah. That is quite correct. Yeah. So yeah, guys. Myself and Luke are also streamers on Twitch as well. So that is my emote that Luke is putting into chat. So obviously I'm gonna have to follow suit as well. I've got other emotes that are a little bit controversial that I perhaps shouldn't put in chat, but yeah.
I'll put one out what he looks like. There you go.
I actually use a slightly different camera, but yeah, that is a kind of close up, yeah, emote. But yeah,
Gasolina and Trioni are only 7/10 apart. I think Gasolina has just pitted, just on an out lap, I believe.
That could be true. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Gasolina's on an out lap, so yeah, it's dropped down from, I believe it was 4th. Maybe even 3rd, because Palouse is up to 3rd. So we've had a few pitters going on, because we've had Volkov change for Strelnikov as well, who served that 5-second penalty.
I think Horvath has just recently entered the grid now as well, isn't it? Because they're in P2, 10 seconds behind Etor in first position, of course. So, Gasolina, it's still obviously in a good position then. He's going to be just behind Tironi. 1 seconds is the gap between Tironi and Gasolina for P6 and 7 respectively. It's looking like it's closing all the time as well. I will need to change my camera so I can focus a little bit better. But Tironi all over the back of it will look like a back marker who does pull to the side.
Oh, that's going to get tight. It's the last place you want a back marker.
That got very tight. Yeah, to be honest, it was he pulled off the racing line. He slowed right down. Even though it was close,
it's one of those you look at and go, oh.
Yeah. But you do worry for the drivers, yes, for certain. But
P10, P11, we've got a fight going on there. Only 1/2 apart.
Yeah, right, okay.
In fact,
did he? I think he made the move. To be honest,
think so. I'll just do a replay. We'll check it out. Yeah. I think we've had Tansini take Baliga just down the pit straight. It would look like.
Yeah, quite a simple move, really. To be honest, got the move done before even getting to the chicane there, as he swept in front of him last minute there. But yeah, quite a simple manoeuvre. Made it look easy at least.
Absolutely, you have to say that's got to be probably a mistake coming out of the final corner, because you can see Baligas is falling away. I know I've already recently drawn attention to it, but the temperature is so radically different. I'm not going to be surprised if a couple of cars out there are really struggling for rear grip if they haven't adjusted for the temperature difference. And that is an absolute key point on ACC. If you don't have those temperatures and pressures right, then you just don't have a great contact patch with the tyre. The tyre will slide. You will get tyre degradation, and you just go slower. All that was going to happen is you end up with a thermal runaway, and then you go backwards, basically. And I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but it's a theory.
Yes, indeed. What I will draw attention to, Luke, is Yanis has now caught back up to the back of Mayers then. And Mayers not getting the best exit out of turn 3. But then same with Yanis as well. Goes a little bit wide and kicks up a few stones and a bit of sand as well. And oh my God, he lost the rear of the car. Nearly did a full spin, manages to save it, but then of course has lost even more time. So unlucky.
Yeah, caught the end of that. But unfortunately it's what happens. It's that concertina effect. Obviously accelerating at different times and catching up at different times, and if you have a little bit of a wiggle on, then you catch up very close up to the other car in front very rapidly, and we don't want to see any more incidents like that today.
Yes, indeed. I wondered who that was in front of Mayers, but that is Alfonsi, who is in P8 actually. So it was Alfonsi lapping Mayers then. I'm just trying to look up and down the field at the moment, just to see if there is any close battles on track. Gasolina is in P6, but I'm guessing the guy that he was closing up to may have pit. Just trying to see what's happening at the moment.
We still got...
Or was he closing up with Eck? I can't remember now.
There's too much going on, Sean. I've lost the plot as well. Absolutely lost the plot. We do have Berry and Plouse. Plouse is finally getting out of this stint. He's going to be happy to get out of that car after this stint. Not for doing badly, but just for being under siege. So he's going to be happy to have a break.
It might be a good opportunity for me to look at chat again. So
I was about to draw your attention that we've had Checker and Brown in the chat, and I'll let you read them out, mate.
Thank you, Luke. So yeah, thanks for the comm, guys. Myself and Mr. Williams are in car number 55, and that's from Chica. So car number 55 is of course, yeah, Williams. Just
trying to spot them. Whereabouts are they?
P26. So that is
Barth at the moment.
What? Sorry.
Jan Barth.
Behind J Buff it's Williams.
Oh, sorry.
James Williams, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
So FRL boys, of course. So yeah, good to see.
Right
in the thick of it at the moment.
Yeah. No rest for the wicked by the looks of it there.
Speak of the devil.
But yeah, that wasn't for position there. So Williams does allow him through. So yeah, P26 at the moment. We've got 29 cars at the moment. So one thing I've not really focused on is that we've lost a couple of cars, I believe, but that might have been quite a bit earlier on. I'm not sure.
We did lose a couple earlier on. I think we had Rob Kelly, who was involved in that really big incident in the opening couple of laps. And we've lost, I believe, 2 other drivers, maybe 3 other drivers. So we still have 29 runners. We have our car, our P28 Marchette, with a drive-through at the moment.
Yeah. And also, thank you to Alan Brown as well. We really appreciate you guys for providing the support for us. Quite certainly for myself and Luke.
Sherlinkoff P6. This is a fight.
Oh, yep.
Sorry, you can't have a second.
No, you're quite right. So yeah, Strelnikov on Marnham then, and gets a good run as well. I don't think he's going to sneak it up the inside, no. And to be fair to Marnham as well, does defend it and close the door. But we are coming up to Tozer now, and again closes the door on Strelnikov. So Strelnikov will need to be patient, but of course very, very close to Marnham, and Marnham will know about this and be looking in his mirrors all the same, and he gets a much better run though, Strelnikov, and goes up the inside as well, and surely that will be position taken up into P6. Then Marnham will have to settle down into P7, it looks like as well that Strelnikov got so much of a better run that actually he's pulled a bit of a gap to him as well.
Passing down into Aqua Minerale, we've not seen that all race, but every time I keep saying you can't pass there, they're trying it.
There's also Berry in P4, all over the back of Eck in P3 as we go into turn 2, 3 and 4, and I thought Berry was going to go up the inside there as Eck got so much of the sort of rumble strip there, but closed the door on Berry. So Berry backs out for the time being as we come up to Tozer. But
I think Eck has taken Berry.
He may well have done, actually, Luke. You could well be right there.
No, you were right. Eck has had a slower last lap. So no, you were. Yeah, you are correct. Berry is on the back of Eck. That's what's happening. You were correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah, just looking on pit wall live now. Yeah, so so putting all sorts of pressure to
Eck wide.
Eck, that was why, but Eck has come across to the middle of the circuit to try and defend, but because he's got that car in front, he's not going to be able to go for it. And it was a good braking, to be fair, from Eck.
Crash in the background. Was that Lombardi?
Yeah, good spot there, mate. Good spot there, Luke. So,
no, it was the other one. It was the other Ferrari.
Well, I mean, it was a good spot that you noticed. Oh my God, nearly collision there between Berry and Eck. Eck made a bit of a mistake there, and Berry, just about judged his brakes accordingly. Otherwise, there could have been a bit of a collision at rFactor, and actually, Berry did lose out there because of that sort of hesitance. Eck is able to sort of stretch that lead from him. But traffic in front, I believe. I'm sure that is not Bellio. No, it's not.
Just going to very quickly draw your attention to P15, 16. There are 10th apart. We'll keep an eye on this one as well.
Okay. You focus on the top 3 and I'll focus on 10.
It's Mayers
15,
with
16,
damage,
isn't it?
so I think the move might have already happened.
Right, okay.
I think GG has gone through.
Yeah, GG's quite a bit further up.
It might be it's Furman and Myers, my mistake. So it looks like Furman. Yeah, they've now stretched out a bit. So we'll go back to the other one. We'll go back to Beck and.
Because look at Berry, and gets a better exit. That will be the outside. Who is going to be braver? Surely someone's going to back out here. They don't. Side by side, and Berry had to take evasive action and completely cut the chicane. That actually moves him up into P3. Of course, he will get a track limits warning for that. But someone had to take evasive action, and fair play to Berry. He was the driver to do that, and he moves up a position into the top 3.
I don't know about you, Sean. We're not stewards, but I can't help but feel he's gained a place by cutting the corner there. So the stewards will definitely be investigating that. It's not our area to make the decision, but that will definitely be looked at, I would imagine, Sean.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that one, but I don't know. They were side by side. I couldn't even tell who was in front of who, to be honest, because they were that close together. But of course, if Berry hadn't have, as I said, taken evasive action and cut the corner, there could have been absolute carnage there. So he did make the right move there. It's just whether what the stewards think of it at the end of the day, isn't it, I suppose? And I'm just glad that I'm a commentator and I can just react to what I see on screen, and the stewards to obviously make these very difficult calls.
Yep, have fun with that one, stewards. Enjoy that. We're happy just watching. Thank you.
We've also got Von Strauss as well, saying 369. So
Gasolina.
Gasolina, yeah. So Gasolina, so up. So he's in P5. Sorry, Gasolina. He must have. Has he gone up a position because someone's pit, or because wasn't he in P6 before?
He was running earlier. I've got a feeling someone is out of sync somewhere. I've got a feeling it is Eck who is out of sync. I will look into it, and I will get back to you on that one, Sean.
Right, okay. Because Gasolina is... So Benek is still just under a second behind Berry. Gasolina is just coming across the start-finish line now. So 7.3 seconds is the gap between Gasolina and Eck. I think it's Benek.
It is.
It is, right.
I do have an answer for you.
Right.
They're just out of sequence. They're on the same amount of stops. So we're both on 4. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stints each.
Yep.
So 4 stops, but they are hitting out of sequence in comparison to each other. Eck is on 19 laps, and Gasolina Gasolina is on 9. So they are in the correct order for what they should be. But, Gasolina has much fresher tyres.
Right, okay. Well, we already know that Gasolina has got the pace. But to be fair, well, I'm just looking at the lap times now. So Ben Eck in P4, his last lap time was a 1 minute 42.6. Gasolina was a 1 minute 42.6 as well. There was 41,000th of a second between them on the last lap. And actually, Pennock was quicker. So they're matching each other's pace at the moment. It's looking like the fastest man on the circuit is actually Berry with his last lap time, a 1 minute 42.3.
Yeah, it was significantly faster than... I'm saying it. We got Strelnikov, who is on a 42.1 last time around.
Oh,
so
wow.
We've got a couple out there who are lighting up the lap times. In the chat, we have a little bit of controversy. The move from Berry was leaving the track and gaining an advantage. It's never okay to leave the track and gain a place. Again, we're not the stewards, but you're entitled to your opinion. So whatever your opinion is, you can share it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't disagree with what Rockwalter said there. I honestly don't. It's always up for debate, and maybe that is the ruling, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like this is what I was trying to say. You know, looking at as they were going into the chicane, it looked like they were neck and neck. I don't think. At the time, who was it? At the time, it was Berry, wasn't it? Berry and Eck, wasn't it? So yeah, I don't know if Berry was just in front of Eck then, or Eck was just in front. I'm not really sure. I 100% agree that it's not right to to cut track limits to gain an advantage, but I do feel like if he'd have stuck to his guns, I think both of them would have lost out. So yeah, it's a difficult one really, but as I said, it's not mine and Luke's job to call it. Of course, it's down to the stewards and whatever way they see fit of what they think the ruling should be. Then I'm sure they'll call it out, and punishments will be given out accordingly.
Opinions on a postcard to FRL, please.
Yeah. I'm trying to look through the field now as we've got an hour and 30 minutes left of the race. We're just in the final quarter of the race. Things are obviously a little bit spread out. Ben Eck is still 1.4 seconds adrift of Berry for P3 and 4 respectively. Horvath, looking at the top of the grid at the moment. So Horvath is on pole position. Currently, the gap is 35 seconds to Bellio. We've not really focused on the top two at all, really, have we? Because it has obviously been such a big gap. But it is obviously credit to Horvath and his team for creating that big gap. It's been an absolute dominant display in that team. I'm saying in that team because I'm still working out what team that is. Should have kept that to myself.
I will get you the details if you want to do the rundown.
Yes, but yeah. So there is
that was GTR Masters, by the way.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Luke. So there is a 33-second gap between P2 and P3. So Bellio to Berry. And then it's Eck, who is only 1.6 behind, 1.6 seconds behind in P4, and then Gasolina actually has lost a bit of that gap to Eck.
Well, I would imagine after 4.5 hours, he's getting a bit tired.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a big credit to Gasolina, who I don't know how he's doing it. Honestly, I think it's absolutely remarkable to be out on circuit for that long. I know, obviously, they pit in between, but it's like...
It's got to be espresso shots, hasn't it, Sean? You can't have energy drink. You drink too much, you'll need a pee break. It's got to be espresso.
Unless it's got a big empty bottle. It obviously wouldn't be so empty now, would it? But,
I'm not going to reenact the scene from Dumb and Dumber with you. But we're not doing that.
but it's an absolute phenomenal job that Gasolina has been doing throughout this race, especially when he's been typing to us as well. It's just I can't get over that, to be honest. So mistakes will creep in from time to time, but obviously the key is trying to sort of minimize them mistakes, isn't it? He's pretty comfortable though. He is 7 seconds in front of Strelnikov, that is in P6, he can relax for now, and hope that maybe the cars in front, make a mistake themselves,
Absolutely. At this time, you want to be consolidating your position just a little bit, taking maybe a little bit of a breather. You can't push flat out for 6 hours, so it's a 7 second gap. Take it. I mean, one of the guys behind you is one of the fastest guys on track, so don't lounge. But
indeed, yep.
But keep a nice, comfortable pace going, and make the guy behind you work harder. And at the end of the day, the person who's going to end up in the high position is going to be the more consistent one, as we keep saying. As we see one Ferrari clatter Acqua Minerale, those curbs are going to be worn down by the end of this. But yeah, it's all about that consistency, and frankly, from all of the field actually has done very well. We do have a mixed grid here for somewhat with experience, but everyone has done very well. We've seen no silly incidents, a couple of drive-throughs, which is to be expected with track limits, especially over 6 hours, and as Furman picks up a drive-through, I think. But yeah, it's been outstanding, really. I've been very impressed with this endurance race for the FRL Saturday.
Yes, indeed. Thank God, to be honest, Luke, that the next event is, I think it's about a month's time, isn't it? So, I can imagine that a lot of these drivers have got other events that they race in, of course, but but at least this is not a weekly affair, to do these long stints of driving, of course.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
I
could be wrong, Luke. I could be wrong, but yeah, they got to be absolute mad if they're doing this like twice, 3 times a week. With just the amount of laps going around Imola. I mean, believe it or not, Luke, but this is actually I think it's like the 5th time that I've commentated on Imola in probably 2 months. Or something.
So how quick is your track guide now? You must be getting to know this place quite well.
I'll be honest, I just settled for the original lap guide that I had, so I'm still way off the pace compared to these guys. Bear in mind, it's a hot lap. So
we have a development in the chat.
Oh.
I'll read it out for you. Berry has a penalty for the move.
Wow.
There we go. There, a 5-second penalty. Ooh,
I mean, that is quite huge developments, really, because Ben Eck is just 3.5 seconds behind. Now, it really depends on how long his stint is, or how long he's got left on his stint, shall I say. So, yeah, that could be costly. If sort of the gaps remain the same, he will lose a position. Every position counts, of course, isn't it? I'm sure that team will want to get a podium position. So,
yep. Looking at the two, an update on that's stats. Eck has currently done 43 minutes and 25 laps, whereas Berry has done 90 minutes and 11 laps. So Berry's going to be going much further potentially than Eck before the other driver, who is Zach Dahl, who we know is I'm not going to say aggressive, but we know he's going to definitely take an opportunity if it comes his way.
Yeah, he's definitely a driver that pushes to the very limit. I think that is the correct term, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely one that is not one to not seize an opportunity, isn't it? And even if he gets half a chance, he will go for it. So yeah, we will see, won't we? Yeah, there is currently just under 80 minutes left of the race now. Yeah, this is definitely the business end to Imola, and really, yeah, it could be very dramatic. As I said, let's pray for some great racing and not too many how can I put it, too much aggressive driving.
Want to get all the cars to the end. No retirements from here.
Exactly.
This is the last stint, so we want to see everyone get to the end and get what they want to achieve. We're keeping an eye on the Team 738 in the black and red car, and who are going for P20, but we want to see all of them reach the end. And quite frankly, I still think there's more battles to come, but... Oh! I think we've just had an incident.
Oh, yep. I see a car bouncing in the background. That was a McLaren, wasn't it?
Was that Halls?
It could well be.
That was commentator's curse if I've ever seen it.
Yeah. I thought it was more purpley, but it could have been Halls.
I don't think Halls is in at the moment. I think it's his car. It was black. I didn't see who it was, but that McLaren was taking off over Aquamarali there.
Yeah, I think it was Halls, though.
The Variante Alta.
I was looking at your screen, and obviously it wasn't properly zoomed in because it was more in the background, wasn't it? So
it was.
But yeah, I believe it was Halls.
Just trying to see who's lost time on this lap. I can't even see Halls in the race. I think it's his car.
Number 88, isn't it? Is Halls, and
might have been Marchette. It's in that part of the circuit.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. It wasn't for position anyway.
No,
Cause,
it was a car being lapped, and it was a car taken off. So
yeah.
And somewhere on the track, Lombardi has lost 5.5 seconds. So there are a few probably tired eyes, and those that are on wheels with particularly direct drive are going to be a little bit worn out by now. So mistakes are going to be creeping in.
Yeah, especially those that use a lot of false feedback and stuff. Because I'm one of these people that actually likes to have their wheel quite light and not have it too strong. And a lot of people say, you absolute wimp, why are you not going full 100% FFB and stuff? But
I was thinking it.
Yeah, but the thing is though, like, if you're gonna do races like this, for example, you don't want to either cause injuries or have very sore arms and hands at the end of the race or even during the race. So
quite right, as John, our opening commentator, said, anything over 2 hours 45 minutes is no.
Yes, indeed. So yeah,
Yanis and Furman all together.
Yeah. I just literally looked up, and there was the move from Furman on Yanis, I believe.
Yeah, and I think Yanis has got Furman.
No, it was Furman on. It was Furman on Yanis. Furman's got in front of Yanis.
Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, the graph hasn't sorted itself out yet.
Yeah. And also a car up the inside as well. Don't think... I believe that must have been a car that was lapping Yanis then.
At the moment, we have cars on laps from 162 all the way actively driving to 151. So
right.
We have cars out of position all over the track at the moment.
Yeah. It just makes it so confusing why I didn't see that coming, you know. So it was actually a good spot from you, Luke, because even though I had it in front of me, I was looking down.
I was the same as you. I thought it was a lap car. I'll take a bit of luck in this one after 4 hours odd. Well, 3 hours in my case, and you getting on closing on 5.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm enjoying myself, but it's easily the longest I've ever commentated on a race, and yeah, I'm definitely feeling that fatigue now. Okay, do you know what? Right, I did take a 20-minute break, didn't I? Because John allowed me to take the final 20 minutes, or the final 20 minutes he was on, wasn't it? Before yourself got on, wasn't it, Luke? So.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
So yeah, he gave me the 20 minutes break that I needed, but yeah, still, yeah.
And he's now on another race, so long day for him.
Indeed.
We've still got Yanis and Furman together. Wherever I look and see Furman, he's always involved in something.
Well, what Walter's just said, good thing you still have a voice left. Well, you know, that is debatable, but
I wasn't going to say it.
But yeah, I tend to get a little bit excited when we see a bit of drama, and so my voice definitely goes a little bit squeaky and stuff. And I took the advice aboard from John. Actually, he told me to put honey in your tea. So I actually did that in the little 20-minute break that I had, and I think it has actually like helped a little bit. I've never tried it before. Not.
Well, if you have any honey, you can try some Southern Comfort. That works too, as well.
Yeah, no, that's true. With a bit of Dutch courage as well, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not me tonight, but I'm just saying from experience. We've all got our methods.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Walter, I would say that is more of a
together still. Sorry.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
No, it's just every time we look, they're apart, then they're back together again. It's like a rom-com. It's every few seconds.
Yeah.
They're broken up. They're back together.
Yeah, I was.
Furman runs wide.
Yeah. Concentration levels are. I think the drivers are really struggling at the moment, because we're definitely seeing a little bit of mistakes creeping into their driving. But yeah, I was about to say what you just said there. It's almost like a love-hate relationship, isn't it? 1 minute they're together, the next they're apart, and yeah, definitely.
I'm not going to say it's Ross and Rachel or anything like that, but. There's definitely a magnet with those two.
yes, indeed. But
Hill in P23 with the drive-through. Just an update on that one.
Okay, yeah. There's never a good time to get a drive-through penalty, but yeah, that may cost him a. It may not cost him a position. Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, that was for Team Hill and Sota. In the FRL team, the normal guys won, might I say.
Yeah, they're miles behind, aren't they? I think Bath in P24.
Yeah, I believe P23. So they will be currently lap 159. Yeah, they're 6 laps down. That's respectable.
Yeah. So.
Here we go again.
A couple of cars. Yeah, that was Yanis and Furman. Yeah.
I've not taken a camera off them because that's where the action is at the moment. And these two, if they think it's going to happen, it's going to be these two.
Indeed, and Yanis is the closest we've seen him to the back of Furman for a little bit, even though they've been mightily close. But that was certainly almost on the bumper of Furman, and. To be fair, Furman got probably a better exit there out of Tozer. So for now, Furman will pull away, and that gap will be roughly about 7 or 8 tenths by the looks of it, as Yanis goes a little bit wide out of out of whatever that corner is called, because I've forgotten off the top of my head.
Aqua Minerale.
Aqua Minerale.
It took me a
Thank
second
you,
as well. Let's get to that point
Yeah.
where think.
Yeah.
I do think we have to genuinely shout out a lot of the drivers in here, even the ones who are taking turns. The concentration for an hour around this track is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And ACC itself is not easy, and then there is one that stands out for me, and you know who it's going to be. It's going to be Gasolina, who is nearly
Yes.
5 hours in, as we see. I think one of the Ferraris go off, but Gasolina is 5 hours in on a stint by himself.
Indeed, and he has actually closed that gap a little bit to Benek as well. So do you remember it was roughly about 7 seconds before? It's now 4.8 seconds now. So
difference in tyre life perhaps playing a bit of a part there, Sean?
Yeah, well, I was just about to say he's done well to really close the gap on Benek in P4.
That was a move. I think that was on Robinson. That was... Hang on one moment. That was being a lap. That was our team 738. Well, that was good down into Aqua Minerale there. Good bit of driving from the pair.
I was just about to say, yes, Gasolina has closed the gap on Benek. However, Strelnikov in P6 has closed that gap. He's halved it actually, because I believe it was about 8 seconds before, so it's now down to 3.9 seconds.
See him in the background. Here he's coming.
So it's, maybe a couple of bad laps from Gasolina, because
on the last lap they were basically dead match, but it's ever so softly here and there, a bit of bad traffic. And then Strelnikov seems to be navigating the traffic a little bit better at the moment. And I do want to say, do you remember that 5-second penalty for Berry for that, deemed illegal overtake?
Yes.
That penalty is basically null and void now, because he's now best part of 7 seconds ahead. So, should come out in front of Eck and Gasolina, despite a penalty.
Indeed, yes. Yeah. Doesn't always work out that way, but I think it's looking like it's almost like he's got away with it, but it does depend who comes out on this last stint as well, isn't it?
And Furman, we're going to go back to them because they are still together.
Yeah, good call. Yep, 3 tenths is the gap between them at the moment. Furman, you got to hand it to Furman, because being the car in front. Normally, I know what I'm like. It's added pressure, isn't it? It's an added responsibility to try and sort of keep that car behind you, isn't it? So you're not only just focusing on the track in front, but you're also keeping half an eye on the mirrors as well. Yanis has been behind him for many laps now, isn't it? I couldn't even count how many laps it's been now. So doing excellent at the moment. We have got 66 minutes left of the race. So we are getting closer and closer to the end of the race, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Sarah Hawkey in the chat. So hello to Sarah, obviously a streamer herself. And the 66 minutes left. What can I say? It's been a 5-hour, 54-minute race so far, and it only feels like 5.5 hours to me. It's shot by.
Yes, it certainly has. I'm trying to hang in there. Walter said just 1 more hour left, mate. So he's spurring me on to try and get to the end. I'm sure I will as well, but it's always nice to get the support as well. We are I've enjoyed tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Not even tonight. Today, isn't it? Because I started at 1:30. So yeah, it's been a long day, but no, like I say, I've really enjoyed it today, and yeah, it's not the only broadcast I'm doing this weekend though. I do also have a sprint race to do tomorrow night with Rob G. Barker. That is for the Pure Sim Gear Super Sprint Series. That will be round 7 at Zolder. So that was on the PS5 channel. That is the Formula Racing League TV _ PS5 channel. So if you're interested to see both the pros and the AMs put together in one lobby for the PS5, do check us out on there tomorrow at what time is it on? I think it's 7:45 p.m. British summertime. My brain not working correctly at the moment.
Sounds right to me, Sean.
but yeah, do definitely go and check that out because it should be fantastic. Of course, it's the penultimate race of the season as well, and I think it's Busov. Sorry, it's Vortel leading the championship with Busov just behind as well. I think it's them two that is in the running for the championship. So yeah, definitely getting to the very exciting part of the season, of course.
Lots to play for on all of the FRL channels at the moment. And
yes, indeed.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to get one of your honey drinks if you want. We've had a request to read off some of the fastest laps from the cars. So if you want to take a quick drink, I'll do that if you like, Sean.
If you don't mind, mate, yeah, that'd be fantastic.
No problem. At least you'll be fresh for the last hour.
Thank you very much. I won't be too long, I promise. Yeah.
No problem. You do what you got to do. I'll just say Mark GG is in the pits, and we still have, funny enough, Furman and Yanis together, which is not probably going to change anytime soon. But I'll keep an eye on it for you, and I'll give you an update when you get back.
Fantastic. Thank you, Luke. Yes, maybe we might see a move from Yanis on Furman by the time I get back.
We'll see.
Miracles do happen.
We'll see.
Okay, speak to you shortly.
No problem, Sean. Take care, man. See you in a moment.
Thank you, mate.
Right, just going to give you a rundown of some of the fast lap. We're going to do it in competition order at the moment. We have, obviously, Horath in the number 80 car at the moment with a best lap of 1 minute 41.85. So I think that is amongst the... I think that might well be actually the fastest lap of the race, because the next fastest is the 149 car in P6, which is currently occupied by Strelenikov for 1 minute 41.887. As we see, Yanis and Furman still going at it, side by side, coming out of Toza. And yeah, you can't stop and look at stats for too long around here, because it is going to be a pass going on. And Sean is going to be kicking himself he's missed that one, because that is Yanis now behind Furman. So, well, it was always going to happen the very second that Sean went away. But finally, there we go. Furman and Yanis have switched places, so doing well. It was a nice clean pass. Can't argue that. But we have, I believe, a leader now lapping the pair of them, so this battle won't be over just yet. There is still more to come from these two. I would show him the replay at Rockwater, however, it only goes back 30 seconds. But I'll show him on the replay afterwards. Yeah, that was an absolutely lovely move. You cannot argue that. So that is Yanis, who is behind, with Furman in front now. As they still come through the Tamburello corner, absolutely still glued together. No matter which order you put these two in, they're exactly the same. They're just, no, you first, no, me first. Never mind. Right, let's have a look at some of the other laps. I'm going to go with possibly our personal favourite, which is Gasolina, who has a 1 minute 42.5, which is a very respectable time, but it does put into perspective the absolutely epic pace on poor Raf out front today in the number 80 car. But Gasolina by himself with 1 hour to go, 5 hours down. I don't think I'd be too worried about the outright lap pace. I mean, it is all down to that consistency, and he's done very well running high in P4 at the moment. So we'll check out. Let's check out Thurman, who we've been on board with for a while, who currently has a fastest lap of 1 minute 42.560. Which is, it's on pace with a lot of the cars in front. Actually, very few cars have a fastest lap slower than basically a 1 minute 43 flat. So there is a lot of good times at it as Yanis comes in. So Yanis comes into the pits, which releases Thurman to scurry off down the road. And let's see what... So Yanis and Thurman. Okay, so Thurman is going to go quite a bit longer on this end. He was only on 13 lap old tyres. Yanis was only on 16 lap old tyres. However, it does look like there has been a lot more... Okay, somewhere in there was a double pit stop for Yanis and Kiel. That might have been for a drive-through. Yeah, I think there's been some penalties in there, because that was Yanis's that car, the 8th trip into the pits. 987. I will check that out for you. That would be for Beaton, which is Oh, as we see Thurman and one of the leaders coming together almost. Coming through Aqua Minerale. That's not what we want to see. As we come down into the chicane. But yeah, close as anything through there. So, okay, we were checking out the 987 for Beaton. Fastest time is 1 minute 42.715. And that on my books is again for Team Solo Dutch. So doing very well. And that is absolutely close racing there. Who was in that Ferrari? I think that was 19. I saw that. As Thurman comes in as well. So 1 lap after his nemesis, which was Yanis. And yeah, they're going to be hoping to get out in front. So I believe yeah, that's going to be their final pit stop. We are entering the final phase of the race, where there's going to be all the pit stops now are going to be final pit stops, and it's a dash to the line. So if you have any more requests for any more stats and information, please let me know. But I can broadly say most of the cars, the fastest lap being a 1 minute 41.8. Most of the cars are in the 42s, or basically at the worst, the very low 43s. So it is quite a nice grid. No problem, Sean. Take your time. Right, let's have a look, see if there's any more battles going out on track. We have Strelnikov, who is closing in on Gasolina. Only 1.7 seconds. That gap has come down significantly. Oh, Gasolina's off! We'll see that on replay. So it's coming into Tamburello, I think. Has outbraked himself. Yep, cut across the gravel. And are we going to see Strelnikov take the place? He has taken the place. We have to do another replay. No, so yes, okay. Gasolina has lost the position for Strelnikov coming out of Tamburello after cutting the chicane. So Gasolina down a position. Unfortunately, with that gap decreasing, that pressure was increasing as well. So that's unlucky. Yeah, they're always keeping me busy, Sean. They're always keeping me busy. If anyone hasn't, please check out Sean with his own channel on Flawed Genius Gaming. You will not be bored. However, at the moment, you'll see him mostly here on FRL with various leagues, including us both on Taco Tuesdays for Tier 2. And there is a lot of action in that as well. So, Gasolina down a position, I'm afraid. But there's now a big gap for Strelnikov to Berry of 13.5 seconds, which if you take off the penalty, is going to be roughly 8 seconds. So, Strelnikov and Volkov, I think it is, as his teammate, is going to have to put in some epic laps in the last 55 minutes, plus a lap, to be able to catch an even, well, I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility, maybe even a podium, but we will see. I'm glad you're enjoying the interaction, Rockwell. We do. Rockwater, we do our best. If we see Gasolina run a little bit wide coming out of Tamburello now into Villeneuve, which I believe is named after Gilles Villeneuve, not Jacques Villeneuve. A little factoid for you all.
Oh, was that contact, was it? I've just literally sat down in my seat. It was Keel on another car. I didn't see who that was. Right. I literally sat down and that was Keel.
I've hit replay. 30 seconds back. We've got Keel on screen right now, coming down into Tamburello. Welcome back, Sean.
Yeah, thank you.
No contact, but... Oh, hang on. No, yes, he's gone straight into the back of the Ferrari.
Ah, okay. So,
yeah.
Unlucky.
Oh, you caught that. Perfect timing.
Yeah, it was. It was indeed. Yeah, we really appreciate the support as always, Pedro and Sarah and everyone in chat as well. You know, what Walter as well. You know, it obviously doesn't go unnoticed, and yeah, it's great to be part of this community, and I'm sure Luke certainly agrees as well. You know, the whole of FRL and all the drivers that are in it, you know, have been very warm towards us. So
absolutely, Sean.
It's always good to share the love, isn't it? So
yes, completely. It's been a really nice, warm community, and it will be keeping us warm long after the sun has set here at Imola.
Indeed, yes. The track temperature is still, well, it's in the 30s, in the low 30s, should I say, at 31 degrees. But yeah, with 52 minutes left of the race now, this is where the... How can I put it? This is where maybe the nerves kick in, isn't it? You know, you've been fighting on track for 5 hours, and
yeah, this is the danger of brain fade right now, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Did you also say that Gasolina had a bit of a moment?
Did I'm afraid. Cut across Tamburello and Strelnikov straight through.
Right, okay.
It was that ever-closing gap. The pressure got to him. Tyres are, dying off slowly, and changing temperatures. Eventually, you're gonna have a trip across somewhere after over 5 hours, aren't you?
Indeed, yeah, indeed. And just to reiterate,
in the pits, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course. So
and so it's Gasolina for the final time.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, he's only going to get 1 minute of respite. But yeah, Rob Walter, really appreciate you, and yeah, he said he's going to be back later. So yeah, be looking forward to seeing you back. Hopefully, you'll get in before obviously the 15 minutes is up. But yeah, really appreciate you, mate. So, what are you looking on board? You're looking on board of Gasolina. Is there anything we need to see at the moment? Then just I was
just looking around the timing screen. I don't think there's any battles happening at this moment in time.
There's quite a few in the pits, isn't there?
Yeah, we've had Eck, who was pitted, who was obviously in that battle with Berry earlier on. So Eck has stayed on.
Yep.
And obviously, I think Berry has changed for Jan Aitor. Make that of what you will.
Jan Aitor, yep.
Yeah. If you know Scrubs, you know what I'm referring to. And yeah, and then we've had obviously Gasolina in, so a bunch of cars all relatively close together, all on the same lap, which is really good to see after 177 laps. We still have, I believe, 7 cars in or around on the lead lap after 5 hours 10 minutes. So that is very good going, particularly with the pace that the leaders have been going, particularly from the start.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's absolute credit to the drivers. The only obvious battle I can see, yeah, apart from Gasolina, that is, it looks like 1.4 seconds down on, yeah, Janitor. It looks like it's on the timing boards. It said 1.4 seconds. The only other driver I can see is Keel in P16. He is, I think,
1.1 behind Oberon.
I think it's more than that, less than that.
It's 3 tenths. Here we go. He's going for it right now.
He's got the overspeed. Although big defence from Oberon. So for now, Kill will have to stay behind. That is who's taking front of? Is that? No, that's not Beaton. Right. Okay. So that is a. I'm guessing that is a slower car in front.
That is bad luck. That is really rotten luck. That's poor timing. It's allowing Kiel to choose his line. He's going to get a much better exit out of Tozer.
To be fair to the slower car, he does get out of the way there. But yeah, Kiel was trying to sort of set his car up to get the sort of the maximum speed out of that corner. Yeah, the gap has dwindled down into about 2 or 3 tenths then, oh yes, he got on the brakes just
line through there.
Yeah, it was a little bit unorthodox for sure, but yeah, the gap maybe slightly extended because of that kind of awkward line that he took through that corner, but yeah, and he did go a little bit wide out of the chicane as well. So yeah, that gap will extend all the further.
Have to draw your attention to Gasolina.
Yeah, I see that as well.
Yeah, we both spotted that one.
Yeah. So yeah, just under a second and closing fast as well. And looking on the timing boards, it looks like. Oh, okay. So obviously the
999 P3 car has pitted as well.
Bellio, yep. So Strelnikov up into P2. There's going to be a massive margin between the top 2 then. So there's going to be an 80-second gap between Horvath and Strelnikov. So I would imagine Horvath will be pitting soon. I think.
You'd have to think so. At the moment, Horvath is coming through. Where is he at the moment? Coming down to Aqua Minerale, and Strelnikov is at. He's only round the corner actually, so yeah, it's nearly a full lap. He's just going down the road to the Ravazza. So,
and he's just picked up a 5-second penalty as well.
I think you need to go and have a word with him, Sean. He's been perfect all day and he's let himself down. Now it's 10 seconds. I should shut up.
Yeah, for causing a collision, apparently.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. So it actually came up twice there as well.
Yeah,
so
that might be 2 5-second penalties. And Keel has picked up a drive-through, but we did see him going off the track a minute ago. So that is probably for track limits.
Yes, indeed.
So I wouldn't say the race is over for P1 yet, as he comes in to actually take his final pit stop. And yeah,
that's correct.
It was a 30-second lead, so I don't think it's in danger. But he's going to need to keep a very. It's going to need to keep clean for the rest of the race to avoid any last lap embarrassing incidents of losing a win, which should be in the lead for the entire race. Don't want to see that.
No, of course not. Yeah, he might have a further 20 seconds to play with, but yeah, doesn't want to cut it too fine. It's been an excellent performance so far from that team, but don't want to play with fire, do you? So, so yeah, it does need to be careful. So yeah, just serving their pit stop now, and that will mean that. By the time they come out, Strelnikov, I believe, will be within, yeah, probably within about 25 seconds, I think. My prediction there, of course, at the moment. But, yeah, it's looking that way. Maybe it might be 20 seconds. It really depends on what Strelnikov has been doing, as Lanyi will replace Horvath, I nearly forgot that. Will replace him for the final stint as Strelnikov does come into the pits as well.
I was just about to predict that. I was just looking at the timing boards going, he's been out there for 63 minutes. I bet we're going to... And there he is.
Yeah, yeah.
They know how to push their luck on this one. They know exactly when to come in. They must have a little timer sat up in front of the wheel going 61, 62, and I'm in. So he'll be handing over to Volkov now, I would imagine, for the final stint.
Indeed.
But I'm still going to keep an eye on Gasolina, because if you look at that, Sean, on the back of Vitor.
Yes, I see. I was trying to look through the teams at the time, but yeah, Gasolina not giving me or not affording me that opportunity. So yeah, Gasolina all over the back of Janitor, or I don't know if I'm being disrespectful. I just sort of kind of a meme, as you said, but we'll call him Etor. Yeah, under all sorts of pressure from Gasolina.
Oh, it's going to get tight down into there.
Yeah, very, very close to the back of him. Just about got that Porsche stopped in time as we come out with Vatsa. And there seems to be a laps car in front as well with the blue flags being waved. But yeah, you can see now he's getting pulled along the straight, Gasolina that is. And he will be... he'll be on the outside. We know how good the Porsche is on the brakes. He may look for the cutback here because Itor went a little bit wide out of the corner just before, but Gasolina on the inside now. Can he make his stick? It's going to be the outside for the next turn, and Gasolina goes wide and across the kitty litter there, and unfortunately couldn't make the move stick. We'll need to catch back up to Jan Itor.
You can't say about laughing, can you? I can't.
Yeah. Maybe he'll get another opportunity later on during the lap, perhaps. But
he's back there already. He's absolutely going for it.
Indeed.
5.25 hours into the race. Be damned. He's going absolutely for it.
Indeed. So
we have had Volkov for the team 149 in the pit stop come out in front of these two, so that pace from their team has been absolutely brilliant, because we was behind Gasolina for many laps earlier on, but yes, now we're only half a second between these two. This is the battle on the track. I have been keeping an eye on what's going on further down. There are a couple of cars who are close together, but it is mostly during pit stop, so we are just maintaining with what we see at the moment. This is literally the battle on the track at the moment.
Indeed.
And Gasolina's still there, Tamburello.
Indeed, yes. Yeah, he's not giving up without a fight, of course. Definitely one not to quit on his laurels, of course. And of course, as... Jan Itor does catch up to the back of traffic.
Yeah, traffic here as well.
That will then close up Gasolina to the back of to the green Lamborghini car, of course. and he's still not past him either. So this is where things are going to get a little bit
Into
complicated.
Paratella.
Oh,
No,
Gasolina was
going
to. Yeah, he was going to go up the inside, but of course, the Lab's car. Yeah.
You can see the thought process on that one. I'm going to go. No. I choose life.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, we'll need to abide with his time. Yeah, maybe got a little bit unlucky, but yeah, of course, being stuck behind that white, I think it's McLaren, isn't it, in front of
Lamborghini in this case, Sean.
Is it? Yeah, is it Lamborghini? Is it the white one? Okay, so
the white one. Sorry, yeah, possibly.
Yeah, in front of Janitor, isn't it? So
yeah. Alfonso is pitted for the final time, by the way.
Alfonso, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. So he will be replaced by Tironi then. I believe that's one of the Italian teams, isn't it? I think. As far as I saw,
I would say it sounds like it.
Yes. yeah. I was kind of guessing there. Probably very obvious to be fair.
He's been really blocked by this lapped car. He's absolutely stuck behind him coming into Villeneuve, and Gasolina is right on the back. You cannot get any closer than this. You
can't at all, and he's going to have to go very defensive,
taking different lines. He's going to get the cut back a little bit.
He is indeed, yes. There he goes. He's drawing up alongside him now. It is Lamborghini against Porsche, and it was that might be a little bit lag there, but it looks like Gasolina has a nose up the inside, and there's contact between the two of them, and it looks like Gasolina is the one that gets the advantage from that contact, goes up the inside, up into P6 with Janitor, who was kind of forced wide, and to Gasolina's credit, allows Janitor back in to P6. So a big round of applause has to go to Gasolina. I know a lot of drivers wouldn't have done that, but felt that he was in the wrong, gives the position back, and I've really loved that, to be honest, because he wants to make the pass cleanly, and it's just an absolute class act, to be honest.
Absolutely, it's both good sporting behaviour and that car control as well. I mean, that car was 45 degrees going around the Piratella. I mean, I know it's left-handed, but you don't want to be facing the barrier, and that's exactly what was happening. But no respite for the wicked, because here we go, down the main straight again, heading towards Tamburello.
Here go for take two then. So again, falls to the outside. That is a very difficult way of taking that position. But if he can get a good line out of this exit now, which I think he does actually, he might. Well, I don't. Yeah, he's not going to go for the move there, but he, of course, is. He is setting himself up.
Moving around,
maybe,
isn't he?
Maybe for Toza here, if he can get this right.
Same again, cut back.
Same again. It looks a bit cleaner this time, and has got the inside line. And this time, Ito is forced to the outside. But this is a great opportunity if he can make this stick. Fantastic. It's fantastic driving between both of them, to be fair, and great defensive work from Jan Itor. And for now, Gasolina is going to have to stick to his guns. He's going to have to wait for his turn, maybe await a mistake from Janitor that so far hasn't made that mistake, But yeah, this pressure will, I'm guessing, will pay off eventually as we come to down the hill for Ravazza, and Janitor sticks to the middle of the circuit. Nowhere for Gasolina to go, but if Gasolina can get a good exit here, which he does, he's going to have a great opportunity to make the pass again at turn 2 of lap 186. So
186.
Oh no, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And yes, alongside him right now on the outside line, he's backed off because there could have been a coming together there, but Yeah, it's a little bit of deja vu at the moment, I have to say, Luke. Jan is defending for his life, and
if we see Gasolina cut back on the inside of Toza again here, it's going to be 3 laps in a row.
Yes, indeed.
Not
I
quite
don't
this
think
time.
that's. Yeah, it's not going to happen this time because there is
again.
traffic in front. Yes, indeed. So fair play to car number 2, and that is the FRL team, isn't it? So gets out of the way, recognises that there is a big battle for P6 at the moment, so allows both of the cars through. And there is going to be more cars in the background. There's a Ferrari off that went very, very wide.
That's going to be traffic. That's going to be traffic right in the way.
He's going to have to give way, and he does give way just in time. Of course, as we approach the chicane, there is blue flags being waved to the white McLaren. At this stage, I can't see who that is, but for now, yes, the gap is still roughly between 3 or 4 tenths between Janitor and Gasolina. Can Gasolina this time make the move stick? Because if he can get a good exit out of Ravazza, he went a little bit sideways. Just lost a little bit of that traction. And of course, this is going to work to Janitor's advantage, because he's going to have the slipstream to the slower car in front. So I don't think it's going to be the same thing here side by side. In fact, it's not. So again, Gasolina is going to have to be a little bit patient here. However, still all over the back of the P6 Lamborghini driver, of course. And
oh, we've got another battle up the road. We've got Volkov and Manarum. We've got 2 battles going on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was still on board with Gasolina there, because Gasolina nearly
Yeah, I'm still with
goes
you.
into the back. Yeah, there was nearly contact there, but you can see how close he is to the back of Jan. Can he finally make a move? He's not going to do it there, of course, but I mean, this is fantastic defence from Jan.
Yeah, beautiful defending, beautiful.
Somehow Gasolina...
I promise you, it's exactly the same going on just up ahead with Volkov and Manarum as well. It's 2 great battles on. They're literally 5 seconds apart.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry,
yeah, I see that now.
But they are literally in the bit of the track as one. I think McLaren is facing backwards at the chicane. But we're going down to Ravazza. With these 2 are just absolutely stuck together. It must have been for about 20 minutes now. I mean, where do we send our sponsorship money? I mean, to get Gasolina. Just send it to him. He deserves every penny.
It looked like Gasolina got an excellent exit there.
Here we go.
And this time, I think he's actually going to sweep past him before we get into turn 2. There's Gasolina on the outside. We've got Janitor. Yeah, he's in front of him. However, Janitor has got the inside line.
He's coming back.
He's. Oh my God! That actually, there was no contact, but Gasolina had to almost take evasive action there, kind of go over the rumble strip that would have unsettled the car there. So still can't get around Janitor, but it's a fantastic battle between the pair of them.
Volkov has moved up. I'm going to have to do a replay. Sorry.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Go
was
for
that
it.
Tamburello. I think Volkov has got around the outside of Manarum, and then there's been a little bit of contact coming out of that, and Manarum has ended up on the gravel, but it's only a little skip across the gravel, and they're away again. I would imagine we're going to have that looked at, but we're going to have to go back to the battle with Gasolina and Itor.
Because it's still not changed. It's still not changed. And again, for what was it, 4 laps out of 5, it was near enough side-by-side action between the pair of them. But again, just perhaps the Porsche just not quite having that straight line speed, able to sort of surpass the Lamborghini. But I mean, this is 120% effort here from Gasolini. This he will not leave Janitor alone. He is like a wasp right now, yeah, as we come across the start-finish line again, he's got that slipstream.
He wants his pit.
He really wants this P6, and they are side by side as we get into the braking zone for turn 2. And
No,
it
not yet.
looked like that's sort of got a little bit deep, and but still, with his car in front, he's just
Gaz has got the inside line.
He has got the inside line, but
Cut back again.
It's really great defensive as Yanato has the inside line here. Gasolina's going to have to be very, very brave to keep it on the outside, but brave he is, and gets good traction out of Toza, and gets the car in front, but he still hasn't quite got the racing line, and goes a little bit wide at the exit as well. Yanato still in front. Unbelievable driving between the pair of them. You could say maybe a little bit unlucky from Gasolina as he couldn't quite get the traction around the corner, couldn't quite keep it on the black slough there. But nothing wrong from what Yanato was doing there. You know, he was he looked second favourite, to be honest, Luke, to hold in that position. But
absolutely, I have an update for the rest of the field. Volkov has been given a 5-second penalty, which I do imagine, so it's only a little bit of guesswork on this one, may well be for the pass on Marnham up in front. And Marnham is only 2 seconds ahead of these two. So Volkov getting a 5-second penalty is going to bring him back towards these two and the car in front. So theoretically, this is for P7 all the way up to P4, this fight.
Yes. So with just under half an hour of the race to go, it's certainly getting a little bit more dramatic in these closing stages, that's for sure. And that is what us commentators, that is what the viewers wanted to see. This race has not failed to deliver the excitement, of course.
Absolutely. We have Gasolina, who's backed off a little bit now, probably taking a breather. We all need a breather after these last few laps. Compose yourself. Indeed. Compose yourself and go again, because this battle is not over yet. I mean, it's some exemplary, clean driving between these two. Quite frankly, I think you can make a highlight reel out of these two for the last half an hour. Then you'll be there's your highlight reel, basically.
yeah, of course. I mean, this race has been full of iconic highlights or you know, snapshots of great racing action, whether it was great passes, great defences, you know, a few collisions. Certainly at the start of the race there was many collisions between quite a lot of cars.
There was a demolition derby right at the beginning, but otherwise it's been beautiful driving, broadly speaking.
It has, yeah, it has. And they've really shown their true
skill. Here we go again, Sean.
Here we go again. Yes, here we go again. I was looking aboard with it, but don't think he's going to be able to make the move, though, for turn 2, 3 and 4. But, of course, we do have a slower car in front, though. That could come into the mix, especially on sort of this part of the circuit where it's not the easiest to give way to.
Somewhere along the line, Volkov's lost some ground, and Marnham has come back at him. He's now within that 5-second window for the penalty. So effectively, 4th and 5th will be switched around if the race would finish with this distance between them. But Aitor and Gasolina are only 6 seconds behind those two now. So they're still kind of playing for P4. If they were to stop slowing each other up, they could both move up a place, just with the time penalty that Volkov has. But however, they want, well, we can tell Gasolina wants through on the track for that position, and then potentially Volkov's position as well. So all left to race for.
But to be fair, though, Luke, I mean, I'm looking at their previous lap time, and considering they've been battling, 43s is very, very good.
That is very respectable. It's only 6 tenths off Gasolina's best lap, and 1 second off Aitor's best lap, with the car's best lap at very least. But yeah,
indeed. But yeah, here we go again, Luke.
Here we go. We're not leaving these two, I promise you.
Because, yes, it is a little bit of deja vu here. So Gasolina will have to take the outside line again as we go into...
Is sitting on the apex.
Yes.
Ooh, rumble strip.
Yeah, rumble strip. He went a little bit wide. It was quite lucky that Gasolina read... Janus's intentions there. Well, he probably didn't intend to go that wide, of course, but you know, it was definitely a good read from Gasolina all the same.
He loves that tighter line into Tozer, doesn't he?
He does indeed. He does indeed. But that does eliminate the fact that Gasolina can't actually then get a good run out of Tozer. I'm sure that he would like to sort of take the inside line there. But yeah, it's not going to work for now.
No.
So yeah.
No, I do briefly just want to very quickly check in with P20, Brown and Salinas, as they are, I think, switching positions. So we'll quickly check in with them. I think they might be on their own now, actually. No, yeah, Mayers is in the pit. But Brown, in the 738 car, is up to P20, and that's where they were aiming to finish. So keep up the good work.
Yeah, fair play to Brown there. Doing an excellent job. I know that Brown is an awesome driver. Of course, featured in the Taco Tuesday, wasn't it, at Valencia? I remember he made a good comeback drive, and that was despite a drive-through penalty as well, I believe.
Here we go again, mate.
Oh, here we go again. Yep, sorry. Yep.
It's just like, here we go again. Have you noticed who isn't typing in the chat anymore?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, yep. So
he might get the. He's trying. They're both going for very different lines. Obviously, Aitor's going for the very narrow line, sitting on the apex, whereas Gasolina is trying to take a bit of a different line. Who's actually come off not very well out of Villeneuve, but we still have 23 minutes plus whatever lappage we have on that, so it ain't over till it's over.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just I'm in awe of both of these drivers. I'm in awe with all the drivers in respect to all the drivers, to be honest. But certainly in the last sort of what has it been now? Probably like 10 laps that we've been aboard with these two. Definitely in awe of Gasolina, because as I said, like he could have quite easily, like after that contact and finally getting past Aitor, like I know a lot of drivers would have probably just peeled away, you know, and just thought let the stewards deal with it. But to his credit, as I said, you know, he gave the position back, and it's been super clean between the pair of them. And this is the type of racing we always want to watch, you know.
I'll tell you what, I wasn't going to bring this up. It's not right always comparing different formula together, but there was an absolutely amazing drive. It was Fernando Alonso and Schumacher in, I think, 2006. Alonso in a slower car ahead of Schumacher, and he would not let Schumacher through, and it is just reminding me of that. It's just, I can go around you. No, you can't. You can go under me. No, you can't. It's just that absolute brilliant defensive driving. I mean, we can see at the moment that Gasolina is the slightly quicker driver, but can he find a way through? No. But as you were saying, epic sportsmanship earlier on.
Yes. But you know, Aitor is you know, quite right in the way that he's been defending. You know, as long as you make your car as wide as possible, but still give the space to the driver that you're battling with. You know, it is up to you know, the driver behind to get around safely. And unfortunately, at the moment, Gasolina has no answer to it. But you know, he still has 21 minutes to get around him, so time is on his side.
Oh, this is close.
It is very close. It is very, very close. But yeah, it's up to Gasolina to find a way to actually get past Yanator in a safe way, and hopefully we'll find out very shortly.
We've just had a shout out for Montu in car number 180. It just says, go! Hashtag 180.
Go! Yeah, okay.
Who's doing well. I mean, anyone who has managed to get to lap 186 in 5 hours 40 minutes, yeah, absolutely hats off to you. Honestly, I wouldn't care where you finish. Just doing your best.
Yeah, Jafrida, of course, stars in the FRL GT3 nightclub on Friday nights with myself and George Coons. Yes, who 2 sprint races. There was 2 races at Bathurst. I said Bathurst again because George says to me it's Bathurst, not Bathurst, but I can't help it, you know.
Depends how northern you are, I guess.
Exactly. Apparently, it's the way that the Aussies say it as well, or even the Kiwis say it. But yeah, he keeps trying to correct me on that. So, but I still can't help myself. I've called Bathurst that way for many a year.
Is it Bath or grass, or grass or grass?
Yes,
who knows, mate?
yes.
Who knows? I would probably go with the Aussie, to be fair.
But yeah, so a lot of drivers that I see in chat and stuff, I do recognise, and even throughout the field and stuff, it's all sort of coming together for me as a commentator as I get to spectate and commentate on so many great championships. So
Gasolina's very close, and Ravazza very close.
Yeah, well, I was going to say again, because it's been like this for a very long time. I'm not surprised anymore, there's no surprise, but he's not actually as close as I thought he would get. Don't think he's going to make the move for turn 2 here. But it could work out in his favour, because if he can get a good line out the exit and get the traction down, he could apply that pressure for the Villeneuve complex here. So maybe force a mistake from Yanitor, perhaps.
If it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be here. This is where we've seen him go before. They take different lines into Toza. Looks like Gasolina's going running outside for a change.
Yes, indeed, and Gazoo trusting Yanitor to give him the space on the outside. Does have a nose up the sort of in front on the outside. Unfortunately, with Gasolina
watch
just
out for the car
clipping.
behind. Yeah,
yes,
that's one of the leaders.
Yes, just catching a wheel on the grass and momentarily lost traction out of the corner. So unfortunate for him there. We'll have to try again.
Yeah, afraid so. I could see an absolutely long sort of, unfortunately, skid mark going out to the corner there as the brakes were absolutely piled on. There's going to be some number 11s going out down that corner out of sheer panic more than anything.
Indeed. And guys, do slightly apologise that we've been focusing on just 2 cars for the last 15-20 minutes, but I mean, we can't take our eyes off of this. It's just absolute fantastic racing and a great advert for this race series. They've just been an absolute honour to watch, and I agree with you, Sean.
I do agree.
It's the closest race on track battle on track at the moment. So
all I know is their sponsors are going to be very happy.
Yes, indeed.
It's worth saying we've seen a lot of good battles for a lot of the drivers across the grid. The top couple of teams have been absolutely faultless. I mean, we haven't shown them as much, but we have been keeping an eye on them, and we can assure you they're still there. They've been faultless. I mean, we have had a 10-second penalty for the leader, but that is literally the only fault that we've seen anything wrong. Other than that, the rule's still there, but this is where the action is. As we go down into Aqua Minerale again with these two temps apart.
But they have had screen time, you know, earlier on in the race, though. That's what I will say. So, you know, we have been here for, you know, 5 hours and nearly 45 minutes. So, so you know, each car has had some sort of live showcase from time to time. But yeah, right now,
contact.
Big contact as Gasolina goes into the sort of the rear side panel of Janitor. But again, fantastic sportsmanship from Gasolina, who lets him back through. You know, it's just it's good to see. It's so good to see. Of course, he wouldn't have meant to have done that anyway. It was just takes a split second longer to, you know, get on the brakes a little bit later, and something like that does happen, unfortunately. But
yeah, that's a 100th of a second difference in braking for a couple of mile an hour, little touch, and then at these speeds on the limit, as all these drivers are, the cars will break traction and spin. But great sporting behaviour from Gasolina there. I mean, it's never great to see a car coming together, but at the end of the day, it's not cost either of them anything. They've got a gap behind, a gap in front. They're racing. Good sporting behaviour. Let's carry on.
Exactly my thoughts. So yeah, actually the gap is a lot wider than it was. So Gasolina definitely giving him that respect, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not he claws that gap back up again.
Yeah, I think we'll take the opportunity to look around the grid for a moment.
Yeah.
We'll start at the bottom and work up for the moment. We'll have a look. We'll start. I think we have 28 runners at the moment.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have we have our team 182, who is obviously. Frankly, anyone who's done 178 laps deserves a medal around here. And
certainly. And
everyone is on a different experience. And right behind them, funny enough, is Gasolina. We try and go elsewhere, we can still see them. But
yeah, and Gasolina does pick up a 5-second penalty for causing the collision as well. It's just come up now. So
that's a shame.
Yeah, that is a real shame, unfortunately, for him. It could have maybe ruined this race, as he's starting to close that gap again. I know that you're focusing on the drivers behind, but I thought I'd just stay on board with them as, you know, just to keep an eye on them whilst you was looking through the grid. But yeah, that's kind of ruined it for him, unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, big credit has to go to Gasolina for being on circuit for nearly 6 hours. So
yeah, unfortunately, it's that kind of grey area which you alluded to earlier on, with you know, maybe taking a trip across the gravel and keeping position and accepting the 5-second penalty. If he either carried on, gotten a 5-second penalty for the same accident, he would have been laughing right about now. But that's not the behaviour we'd like to see. So unfortunately, it's bit him, but it also the incident, it was at fault. So he's got to try and get past very quickly and build a 5-second gap. That's a very, very tall order now.
So so just responding to the comment in chat then, so from Formula Racing League TV, of all people. So reduce the penalty as a result of giving the position back. So would he have got a 10-second penalty if he had have just carried on and not given the position back? Oh, 15 seconds. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
So that's good. That is rewarding good behaviour. So yeah, at fault for the incident, I think we can all accept that. And that is absolutely fair. But it's a shame we have the penalty at this point. But at the end of the day, we still have just about 12 minutes left to go. And well, this action isn't over, is it? At the moment, it might be for pride. Gasolina is going to want to be in finish in P6, even if it is going to be P7 on the books. Indeed. Close again to Toza. I will just go and check out Besselink in P18.
I just see that at the bottom there.
Yeah, they're only a second or so apart. As you can see, Besseling in the 911 just sliding the car as they come into Tosa, coming out of Villeneuve. So there's still battles all over the place, but problem is we've got to go back. I can just see it on the time board, 0.2 of a second. This is where it's all happening.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't changed at all. You know, despite the penalty and whatever, you can clearly see that Gasolina has got the pace. It's just you know, Imola it's one of them circuits that you know, you've got to be absolutely perfect on the sort of lines that you take. When you get on the power, you're also relying on the car in front to make a mistake at the, you know, vital parts of the circuit. And it's just one of them things where Yanator is, you know, just positioned his car in the right spot of that particular corner where Gasolina just can't do anything about it, you know. But with the respect between the two drivers as well, given the space. So it's as I said, it's a fantastic watch, and big respect to the drivers. But it is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sean, I have a stat for you.
Yeah.
We've just started our 200th lap.
Yeah. Oh yes. Wow. That is absolutely crazy.
It's not NASCAR either. It's not around an oval. This is around Imola, which is a track which will bite you. And we started the race in the midday sun, and what was it, 47 degrees, 49 degrees? It was one of the two.
Yeah.
We've had a track evolution of at least 17 degrees. And, well, the action hasn't got any cooler.
No, well, maybe a degree, but yeah, it's 30 degrees now, isn't it? Which is just ridiculous at this sort of time of the evening. But yeah, definitely probably more comfortable conditions for the drivers, and certainly the lap times that'll be getting dished out is certainly faster than we was say, you know, 6 hours ago. But yeah, it's track limits for car number 18. That is Van Horn. Then bad time to get a drive-through penalty.
We'll go and check him out, but you can tell what we're going to be looking at. Sorry, we're not checking out Van Horn now.
Yeah, I was just about to mention Gasolina again getting an excellent run out of the final corner, but he's not going to draw up alongside Jan Itor at the moment. But again, I can't say anything different here. He's all over the back of him. But Yanator, this is the defense of his life. It's just
completely. You can see that Gasolina is struggling on a couple of corners here and there, but how long have they been pushing flat out for how many laps now?
Yeah,
it is unreal. So absolute kudos to the pair of these drivers, and I do want to give a shout out to, quite frankly, anyone in the at least a top 8. I think have been more or less faultless the whole race. I've only seen small little errors here and there, no one pulling 360s regularly, but yeah, absolute shout out. Well, shout out to everyone. Again, anyone who's done a 6-hour race, yeah, well done.
Yeah, definitely kudos to everyone that has competed tonight. And yeah, it's just certainly of what I've seen in the
here we go. Not here again, please. Okay, not here again.
Okay, I'll pause my... Yeah, I will hold my thought for now. Unfortunately, with Gasolina on the final turn there, was just a little bit too narrow going into the exit of the... the entrance into the final corner. So wasn't able to carry the speed through. But
Van Horn served his drive-through just then, by the way.
Yes, indeed he has. But nevertheless, with Gasolina, still closes that gap. The time that he lost, he's gained it back. And we have got traffic in front now, so perhaps that could play a part in something happening in what is the last 6 minutes of this race now.
Okay. Itor's had to go very narrow, so was Gasolina.
Yes.
See if they take out different lines coming out the corner down into the Peritarda and then the Aqua Minerale, because Gasolina's going to have to do something unique around here, because from every chance he tried to go through, Aitor's had an answer for the defence. It's got to be not a Dan Dare move, but something unique. He's got to find a little bit of track that no one else is using.
Indeed, and yes, I don't know what to say, Luke, because you know, I'm almost kind of, I'm in awe of both of the drivers. I don't want there to be a loser out of the two, and technically speaking, you know, whether you're P6 or 7, you know, there's no loser in this, but you almost kind of want Gazoo to kind of
finally break
get
through.
that move done. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm absolutely with you. I'm just checking out Bezalink, who's only 1 second behind Siliev at the moment. 1 second, but problem is that is five. That's 5 times the gap of the other ones.
This could be Gasolina's best chance of an overtake here. He is forced to the outside again for turn 2, but he has got, well, he had, oh, there's a little bit of contact. This time, though, I think it was more kind of car rubbing. I don't think it was actual Gasolina's fault that time. I do think that Gasolina was on the outside there. I don't think he could have really done anything there. So, of course, it's up to the stewards. It's not my call to say, yeah, whose fault it was, but just from my personal opinion, I feel like it was more of a racing incident, and like I say, Gasolina, I don't think he could avoid the contact there. I think he had every right to go for it, and I'm pretty sure he had about 3/4 of a car in front going into the braking zone. So, yeah, that is my thoughts, but it's up to you guys, of course.
Well, all I can say is I would be inclined to agree with you. On the replay, you can see that Gasolina did have all 4 wheels on the track, and yeah, had gotten at least alongside Aitor. So it's now just a matter of he can theoretically. He's already 8 tenths up. If he can gather 4 more seconds in the next 2 or 3 laps, he might squeak a P6. Even with the penalty, but it's going to be a tall ask, and that's putting it politely.
Yeah, definitely a tall order there. We will see, but yeah, Gasolina has proved that he is capable of such a exquisite pace, but yeah, it's well, to be honest, like, so we got what, 3 minutes left, so that'll be
2 laps or so.
2 laps, isn't it? Yeah, it is 2 laps. It depends when the leader comes across the line, or how far the leader is from P6, isn't it? So I think it's quite, I'll be honest, actually, it's quite a gap, isn't it?
Yeah, at the moment we're looking at the leader, who is going through Tozer, who is literally right behind Aitor Gasolina. So they're going to be on the lead lap, but I would imagine that it's only going to be 2 more laps for them.
Yes.
Maybe it should only be 2 more laps, including the time, because it is when that time elapses, whoever crosses the line after that automatically finishes. Afterwards, if you cross the line with 1 second remaining, then you get to finish that lap, as we have a stop-go penalty in the dying moments for Siliev.
Oh,
down
wow.
at P19. So
really bad time to get one of them, yeah. So I'm just looking at the Pitwall Live now, so it's looking like, to be honest, it's looking like Lanley is actually not too far behind lapping Gasolina, and Aitor, actually, isn't it? Yeah. So basically, so if Aitor was to come across the not Aitor, if Lanley was about to come across the line,
1 minute 30 going left now, and that's when the leader's crossed the line, and his last lap was this is the final lap. So we're not going to see Gasolina pull out a miraculous 5-second lead. Not with 2 seconds on the clock already. So it's, well, they should finish where they are, but this will be the final lap. I think we should probably leave the camera on the leader, who deserves a little bit of love.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So that would be the GT Masters, I believe. The car number 80.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Luke, because that's what I was trying to look at. I was trying to look at P2 as well.
I was just trying to channel John. I was trying to channel John. I remember him saying it earlier on.
It's been too long. It's been too long of a race, but yeah, Landy. So for the GTR Masters, then you know, it's been pretty much faultless all race. I think they might have got that 10-second penalty, wasn't it, for causing collision? But apart from that, it's been pretty much faultless for 6 hours here.
Might have a last lap pass beaten on Van Horn. I will keep an eye on the leader, but this might be a second pass into the Rivazza.
Okay.
No.
Well, I'm.
No,
okay, so yeah, just coming around the final corner, and it's a fantastic victory for the GTR Masters. Yes, it has finished the race. Okay, that I was I didn't know if I got that correct or not, but yeah. So we got Miatini. What team is that, by the way, Luke?
I will get you the details. That is car number 999. That is Team RNM Flat Out Esport RM Sim Racing Team RNM.
RNM, yeah.
Right,
okay.
RNM Grip for short.
All right. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. I've got that.
On the dying seconds that we had Beaton and Van Horn, who were 1 or 2 tenths apart, Beaton has picked up a 30-second penalty in the last 2 corners, from what I can see.
So, yeah, so Maitini just about to come across the start-finish line to claim P2 for RNM, isn't it? I believe so. Congratulations to that team with Ben Eck coming across the line as well to claim the final podium position. Do we know what that team is as well?
That is Eclipse Racing, Esports Luna.
Okay. So yeah, congratulations to the podium runners and all the drivers just coming across the line now. So we got Volkov, Marnham, who's in the pits now. So P4 and 5 for them.
We're going to watch Gasolini cross the line, and Aitor.
Yes, and Aitor, I think will take the P6 in the end, isn't it?
4.5 seconds.
Yes. Wow, so that was close, but unfortunate for Gasolina, he will, or his team will slip down into P7. Etal's team will be up to P6, and yeah, just having a look at it now. So Tironi and Alfonsi, the Italian team, wasn't it? As I said, I haven't got the information on my screen, so I'm not sure what
final
team that is.
Final runner's crossing the line now, by the way, Siliev in P20.
Yeah.
Final runner.
But they get P8. Tronic gets P9 with Savini rounding up the top 10. I do apologise. I didn't have the... well, basically, the printout was way too small for me to read properly. And, you know, it's been an absolute manic race. But at the same point, fantastic race as well. And... just hats off to all the drivers that competed today. It's been absolutely an absolute honour to watch you all. Also, just looking at chat as well from Rockwater. Yeah, thank you so much for you know, keeping us company and for the compliments as well. It really means a lot. And yeah, you make sure you have a fantastic weekend and catch you around soon. But Gasolina as well say next time I won't wait for anyone as I have confidence to make. Yeah, you was flying in that race, Gasolina. It was an absolute phenomenal drive from you. So impressed by that, especially being on your own compared to all the other drivers that were doing 1 hour stints. Absolute fantastic drive from you. You know, big pat on the back for you. Congratulations. And absolutely nonsense, as I waited more than 10 seconds for him and I could just go. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously there's something that I can't really argue with, is obviously down to the stewards and stuff, but honestly, mate, take so much credit from that. It was an absolute fantastic race from you. Yeah, so just big, like I say, big congratulations to everyone in the race today. You did yourself proud. You know, phenomenal pace that we saw. A lot of action as well. I don't know if you managed to save the replay, by the way.
I have
Luke.
indeed. It was all ready.
Right, fantastic. So yeah, that is that really. And have you got the calendar at all, Luke?
I have indeed. It is on screen now.
Fantastic. So I believe the next event is the 8-hour Indianapolis, and that is on September the 30th. It'll be on this very channel, of course, Formula Racing League TV. I will have to get the dates in terms of... I'll have to get the details in terms of what time that'll be starting. Possibly, if you're there in chat, Formula Racing League, if you do know about that, obviously I can speak about it. But yeah, of course, it is September the 30th anyway, so look forward to that. Should be absolutely phenomenal. I won't be doing 8 hours in commentary for that.
Good choice.
Yeah, because that will be probably a step too far for me. You know, it's been... I've really enjoyed the 6 hours here at Imola, but yeah, it's been a long stint for me. Definitely the longest stint I've ever done. So wouldn't want to keep on doing that too many times, but it has been an absolute
once a month is enough, Sean. Once a month is enough.
It has been an absolute honour being here, of course. In terms of like team of the day or driver of the day, because it's normally driver of the day that we look for, but team of the day, it's got to be for GTR Masters, isn't it?
Hands down, absolutely hands down.
Who won, isn't it?
I do have to say shout out for I can't remember the team name, but they finished P2. Both of them absolutely faultless. I mean, just from start to finish, no qualms at all.
Yeah, definitely. I would say, you know, honourable mention though would obviously go to Gasolina though, because
we are biased,
you know,
but for good reason.
For very, very good reason. Yeah, you know, as I said, you know, sole driver, performing for that long, but you know, barely making a mistake. You know, even the collision, it was unlucky, really, more than anything. And we know that, you know, it was unintentional, and the sportsmanship just first class as well. You know, you could almost say that it was a little bit harsh on him, but of course the rules are the rules, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. But as I said, it was just an absolute phenomenal drive from him. So yeah, just got to say, yeah, I'm just gonna have to say, you know, thank you to all the drivers that competed today, as my game just completely crashed in. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, yeah, just congratulations to all the drivers there, and thank you to all the sponsors, FRL, that obviously staged this event. Thank you to everyone in chat for giving us the support and keeping us informed on certain things that we may have missed out on. And just being an absolute great sport as well. And of course, big thank you to you, Luke. You know, phenomenal job on the comms, and of course you was in control of the broadcast as well, for, you know, the last 4 hours. So definite, you know, pat on the back for you. Hopefully you enjoyed the event, Luke.
Honestly, it's been an absolute thrill, and alongside yourself and John, if only briefly in my case, But it's been an absolute privilege. And at the moment, we've got the highlights on. If you want to spend a couple of minutes just having a quick look at the early part of the race. Obviously, we've had 6 hours of this. We're not going to stay around forever. But it has been, quite frankly, a wonderful race. At heart, I'm an F1 fanatic, but honestly, this has... Converted would be the wrong term, but it has really put me... FRL has put on a fantastic show, and it's been a privilege to be here, and I'm frankly looking forward to more races. But being an endurance race for 6 hours once a month is more than enough, thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you to the chat as well. Absolute big shout out to the chat and the organisers.
Yes, of course, I second that. And guys, obviously I apologise for this is me personally. I apologise for not really knowing sort of the driver names to the teams. I've been so busy this week with so many different series and stuff. I just wasn't able to sort of nail down the 32 teams that were on show today. But with sort of the experience that I've got from the 6 hours today at Imola, I certainly will get to know the teams, and if I am asked to appear for Indianapolis next month, then hopefully we'll have a lot more knowledge in the brain, and I'll be able to kind of distinguish who is who. The other problem we had as well was the liveries didn't load up for us, so we just had the normal plain liveries. I think there might have been a couple that came up, but for the majority of them, for whatever reason, they just weren't on display. So that would have obviously helped out a little bit as well, but it is what it is,
We did wonder if it might be a slight technical with one of the companion sites, but at the end of the day, the missing a livery hasn't detracted from the racing that we have seen. So, quite frankly, it's been a great race, and as far as I'm concerned, that's as far as it goes. Any minor issue, fortunately not on our side, out of our control, hasn't hurt the racing. So, absolutely congrats. I've got to say again, thanks to the drivers and all the organisers.
Yes, indeed. As I said, I second that. So thank you to a fantastic evening, and as we said, next month will be Indianapolis. So I hope to see you there. But of course, there are other broadcasts that will be live soon. Of course, on the PS5 side, we've got the round 7 season 10 of the Pure Sim Gear Super Sprint series. That is on tomorrow on the Formula Racing League TV _ PS5 channel. That can be found at 7:45 p.m. British summertime. So do definitely check us out for that. That is a mega grid, I believe, featuring both the the pros and the pro-ams. So we're hoping for a 40-car grid for that one, which is obviously a lot for the PS5, of course. And then other events that I'm trying to think of off the top of my head, I think of
Did
course
you mention Taco Tuesday Tier 2?
Well, I was just about to. So, of course, we got Taco Tuesday as well, the Tier 1s and the Tier 2s. So, as far as I know, the Tier 1s are on the Formula Racing League TV _ PS5 channel. The Tier 2s, which is basically hosted by myself and the awesome Luke Taylor that you can hear in the background.
You want to come to our channel. You want to come to us.
Yes. We do the Tier 2s, and that can be found on the Formula Racing League TV 2 channel. So do catch us there. That is on at, off the top of my head, Jesus Christ, is it 8:30 p.m. No, 8:20 p.m. isn't it?
I couldn't tell you at this point, Sean. I think my brain is melted.
Yes, so do catch us for that one too. Yes, and as Formula Racing League is saying in chat as well, yeah, of course we've got the VCO Sprint to the Grand Final. That is normally hosted by, of course, the one and only John, also known as 00 Raven. So yeah, definitely go check them out. That will be on the main Formula Racing League TV channel, and then yeah, you've got the Thursday Masters Series. I think it's also on this channel, and then the Friday late night party is what myself and George Coombs does for obviously the late night special, which is at Kialami, I believe, for round 4 of the GT3 nightclub. So definitely go check us out on that same channel, Formula Racing League TV, at 9:15 p.m. BST time. So yeah. I was absolutely struggling trying to get through that, trying to remember everything, and kind of collaborating with Formula Racing League TV in chat. So yeah, thank you to all of you in chat. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Hope to catch you on the broadcasts that are coming up very, very shortly. And yeah, it's a big thank you from me, and good night to you all.